So at this time, I'm going to close the return road for warm-ups. So if you're thinking about going up the return road for warm-ups, don't. You'll be stopped and sent back to the pits immediately. If you haven't been through tech, you should be getting through tech. Get your tech card filled out. We'll get you through tech, and we'll help you get your class designation in. I'll be calling cars to the lanes for open time trial session here momentarily, about 7 minutes or so. I'll be getting cars into the lanes again. I ask that you make 2 time trials and then park the car and make room for everyone else that's going to be making time trials. We have a lot of cars here, not a lot of time for everybody to get more than 2 time trials. How's that? So stand by, racers. I'm going to be calling you up to the lanes fairly quickly, and I will give you lane designation at the time I call you to the lanes. against the rest of the country and have found out that they get to race a lot more than we do in Minnesota. Yeah. And as competitive as I thought I was, it's a different level. All right, racers, at this time, I'm going to open up lanes 1 and 2. 1 and 2 for open time trial sessions. So I see a lot of you piled up in the back of the lanes. Roll on up into 1 and 2 if you would, please. And as we fill lanes up, we will cut lanes off in the back and start filling them. So if we get 1 and 2 filled, we'll take cars up in 3 and 4, and we will run the order in which you came up into the lanes. So we have enough staging lane people to keep things going. So come on up for your time trial session. Again, this session will run starting at 10 a.m. until 12:30 p.m. We will shut everything off, and the last cars will go down at 12:30 p.m. And then we'll be down while we prep the track, and I'll call you back for eliminations at 1 o'clock. So open time trials, that's everybody. I'm not calling classes. Everybody who is racing, open time trial session is going to begin in 10 minutes. So come on up, lanes 1 and 2, and as we fill lanes up, we will work you across the staging lanes. Okay, racers, we're going to start taking you up in lanes 3 and 4. We'll get somebody to throw some cones out in the back of 1 so we don't have anybody cheating over in line. Again, we're all here for the same reasons. We're all Mopar brothers and sisters. Let's all treat each other with respect, and we'll get through these sessions as efficiently as we can. Who's ever on the scooter way back there in lane 3, if you could make room for the car behind you, appreciate that very much. Be aware, people with foot traffic and scooters and golf carts, be aware there's going to be a lot of traffic on the pit roads and in staging, so we keep golf carts out of staging and pit vehicles out of staging, other than where the white crosswalk is, where people cross over from one side of the track to the other. So we appreciate if you could keep that open for our spectators making the trek from one side of the track to the other. So just common sense items, people. Common sense items. Like I say, be kind to your neighbor. They'll be kind to you. And we'll get through this, and everybody will get their time trials, and we'll be able to start our competition and crown some champions at the end of the day. $1,000 prize for each class. $1,000 to the winner of each class. Wow, what a great deal. And what a beautiful day we have here at Rock Falls Raceway, as we are going to begin our time trials in 2 minutes precisely. So feel free to come up in lanes 3 and 4. Since 1 and 2 are full, we're going to get somebody back there and put some cones up so people can't cheat over in line in 1 and 2. Once we run 1 and 2 empty, we will switch over to 3 and 4. And we will alternate like that, so you don't have to worry about people cheating over. And if you see somebody cheating over, by golly, say something to them. Like I say, we're all Mopar brothers and sisters here. Let's not behave like we drive a Chevy or a Ford. Because I finally get to say spooky stuff like that, since it's a Mopar show. This is our screen, but I don't think we'll have names for a while.
All right.
So if you see something cool you want to talk about, it is the time to do it.
Okay, here we go. Mopar, the new muscle. 67, I believe, Cornet, and Challenger. The Cornet's got him out of the hole, and he's going to take him all the way to the end of the track. Look at him. He's got him by 4 lengths at the stripe.
Is it Steve
Dulcich, yeah.
Dulcich?
Yeah.
So for those of you unaware, the voice you're hearing now helping me out today, Steve Dulcich on site. Steve Dulcich up here in the crow's nest with me, and he's going to be doing a bunch of announcing, and you'll see him on the property throughout the weekend. So, Steve, take it away.
Okay, here we go, round 2. We've got the square body pickup, but it's not a square body Chevy. It's the Dodge Mopar. They call them a first gen against the 70 Dart, and the Dart takes it away, as you might expect. Ooh, the truck's coming on strong, though. I think the truck might just take him out, and there he goes. Dodge pickup. I think he's going to take the win light. Oh, it's a pretty close race. 73's Roadrunner. That was based on the 73-74 Satellite, and it looks like a 69 Coronet from the side view. Could be a 68, but I think 69. This will be a good race. I'm for the Coronet. We'll see. Oh, wow. All right, what do we have here? Duster 340 against Duster 340. Got a pair of look like 1970 Dusters. This should be a pretty nice race. Can't hardly beat a classic Mopar A body. When it comes down to lightweight, well-balanced package, great for drag racing, great for the street. Those A bodies, they're hard to beat. And let's see who's going to beat who here. We've got the white car in the right lane. He's going to take it away.
You can take it for a little while. I'm going to take a picture and send it to my non-Mopar buddies.
Okay, we've got... Actually, I think it is an Aspen. And the Cuda. And the Aspen's going to take this away. The Velar... And Had a completely revised suspension, transverse torsion bars. That was kind of problematic, but overall they were a pretty well-balanced car. Here we go. Late model Challenger. And in the early B-body, let's see what's what here. We've got classic muscle, late model muscle. I don't know, these new Challengers, they've got some bite. All right, we've got an early 70s Dodge truck, and those are my favorite trucks. I've got 5 of them myself. You can't beat those things. They're the best looking pickup of that era, and that thing's pretty fast. He easily ran away from the 1973 Roadrunner. Those Roadrunners came with 318s, actually, 400s. You could get any engine that was optional that year in the Roadrunner.
Just as a side note, Steve, I found out the hard way on the street years ago, you could get a 73 Roadrunner GTX, which was 440 equipped. It was obviously not of the 440 ilk of the good years where they made good horsepower, but it was the strangest thing I ever saw. It turned out to be a real car, and just something I had never heard of until then.
Yeah, actually. The 440 motor, and you could only get the 440, I think, in the GTX package. So
yeah, it was just interesting. I'd never seen anything badged as a Roadrunner GTX, and then it turned out to be a real car. So
yeah,
a lot of quirkiness in the Mopars in those years and stuff. And when you're at an event like this, you'll see all kinds of stuff. As Barracuda,
he's gonna just
pickup. Being in the tech lines, there was a lot of full size, and the pickup actually had quicker ET.
Well, the thing about those trucks, Joe, is they're actually not that. In the early 70s, they came out in 72, and they were basically muscle cars with a box and aerodynamics of a brick.
And like I said, doing tech yesterday and a little bit today, there is a lot of those trucks with big blocks in them, and they fit very nicely, I will say.
Yeah, I actually pulled a 318 and put a big block in one of mine at one time when I was in college. Here we go, Dakota. Not sure.
Nope, just really slow in the passenger side.
Okay. Okay, we've got a newer vehicle that I can't identify. I'm not that good.
Cherokee.
Okay, Grand Cherokee versus Dart. The Dart's got the cowl induction scoop, which is obviously not original, but it may be indicating.
Yeah, no slouch. Cherokee goes $12.99. I'm sure it's got the 392 Hemi in it. So for a car that drove here today and went down the track and probably has a newspaper in the passenger seat, not a bad run.
No. Yeah.
It was on a trailer. So this newer performance stuff is ridiculously fast, and I'll say unappreciatively fast for those us older guys that had to do this the hard way and not just buy one and drive it.
Not only that, it was a skill. Okay, it's going to be done.
We got a Hellcat over here on the right side. Left side, I know that's John Plackey in his Dakota pickup, a regular competitor out here at Rock Falls. Mopar family, they are. several Mopars in their family, and all racers and all real good at it.
And the Dakota. I think the the truck had them.
Certainly 9-second potential there. Everything hinges on traction off the starting line for that Hellcat. Or Demon. That was a Demon wide body, wasn't it? Could have been.
I think so. Okay, 69 corner. I got to look. And the
A-Body gets there first, but had the slower reaction time. Super B, more power, just needs to polish up his reaction time. Over in the right or left side, Doug Martinke, a local Mopar racer and Mopar restorationist. He has a beautiful 70 Duster street car that he's restored. This is his race car. He said he put the big motor in it for this weekend. Over here on the right side, Super Dave in his, I'll say 73 Duster. Martinke showing his chops with a 008 reaction time. Runs it through 10:38. He's been running in the 11s most of the season, and like I say, finally got the big motor put together in the car specifically for the Mopar Showdown. Another good friend of mine coming up here left side. This is Dave Adams in Thumper. That is his 72 Challenger, 440 cubic inches. Right side we have a 69 Roadrunner. I see 383 callouts on the hood. Thumper going to take the win left side. Pretty good reaction time. 036 goes 11:10 at 122 miles an hour. I'm not sure what this is when you went through that. Those aren't carburetors, whatever they are, or there's some type of funky.
Yep, I set up. Yeah.
If it is, it's like, from the 40s. It's something I've never seen anything like it.
Oh, really?
I'm really at a loss of words to describe it, but there's three of them.
I'd have to check it out.
It's crazy looking. I think there might be a belt-driven supercharger on it too. And he is a older gentleman, so I'm sure it's something from his past.
Looks like we've got 1970 Dodge Dart against, what do we have in that far lane? Late model Charger. I was still holding the mute.
You want a mic stand? I got one here.
No, good. The Dodge Dart. Winters, they had GTSs, and top motor was the 340, but these days. Could be a 71. Have to take a look at the tail a little bit better, but my first car.
Over in that left lane, that is a regular racer here. Usually runs a Hurst Olds, but he has purchased a Duster and wanted to come participate. This is his first time out in the car. This car used to run at Amber Green, which was the name of this track, 30, 40 years ago. Tim Merrick, that's his first lap in his new purchase, 1386, 98 miles an hour. He wants to get it into the 11s. He has some work ahead of him. Just Jart left side. side is awesome car.
Okay, we've got. And pretty even horsepower-wise. Well, no, the
Mid 9-second car.
yeah.
Car's just flawless. Body, motor, big motor, 500 something cube.
Wow.
Just and a lot of times has it set up to go leave on the bumper.
Dodge Magnum in the close lane. Dakota RT in the far lane. The orange truck. Truck versus wagon. Who do you have? What do you think, Joe?
I'm enamored by the fact I have not seen a Dakota RT in, I don't know, a decade or better. I forgot they even made the model. What a cool looking piece to have out here, and then run it on the drag strip to boot. Going to get there first, 1298 107.
Dakota RT with the 5.9 Magnum. At least
over in the left lane, the GLH Turbo. He said he's got the boost turned up a little bit.
GLH. Well, that was the. Just going for a country drive, taking the.
Yeah, I think he got surprised by the fact the traction overtook the engine. 1642 at 107. The 107 speed indicates he should be in the 12s with that, so we'll see if he can improve his driving prowess as he goes here. Pretty cool looking Dodge Daytona chassis vehicle over here right side.
Yeah, I don't think he got a Turbo 4 in there.
Late model looks like a Hellcat over in the left lane.
The Daytona. Charger versus Charger. We've got the first iteration of the car. We've got the purple car, which is the later model. Power was up on the later model Gen 3 Hemi. So we've got the early series one, and the early car gets the jump out of the hole. But the okay. 70 Challenger. Pretty good race. And it's going to be the Challenger at the stripe.
Probably lends itself for a little information for you. In the spring, first weekend in June, Midwest Mopars puts on a car show. Now they're back in, I think, Dakota County. They used to be in Washington County. They get between 12 and 1,500 cars every year for their show. They say it's a third largest show nationwide for Mopar only stuff, and it's just a car show.
Wow, that's fantastic turnout. You know,
It is amazing, and Dan has spun off of this Midwest Mopars to this show that we are here right now, the Mopar Showdown. So the potential to have a lot of Mopars here is great, and with that, the variety of Mopars that show up, also just fantastic. And like I say, this isn't a Midwest Mopar show, but I know a lot of the people out here are members of Midwest Mopars, and they've had a very good weekend to come out and enjoy this inaugural Mopar Showdown.
Yeah, I met a few of them in the hotel when I went to go get a cup of coffee this morning. Now, here's the thing. A lot of these cars are 60 years old. Now, I've got a confession to make here, Joe. When I was writing for Mopar Muscle and the Mopar magazines starting in the late 80s, and I remember after I got married, had my first kid, I was tech writing for a number of magazines thinking, man, how much longer is this going to go on? You know, I'm writing about tech for cars that are 30, at the time, 30 years old. Here we are, another 30 years stacked on top, and it's stronger than ever from what I'm seeing.
I have some friends that have a lot of collector cars and whatnot, and one friend in particular, he's got dozens of collector cars in various states of restoration. But I know since the first time I was getting motor work done at an engine shop in the 90s, the talk has always been, oh, this is only going to last so long, these high-valued collector cars. And
Right.
Here we are 40 years later, 25 years later, 35 years later, and it is as strong as ever. And it's reflected when you watch some of these shows with the auctions and whatnot.
Right,
These
and
cars are ridiculously valuable, and a lot of people are out here racing them for our pleasure right now and their own.
yeah, well, and the 70s, and you couldn't get aftermarket heads and all the parts that you have now. Sheet metal was from a junkyard. You could pretty much, I mean, it's just phenomenal if you ask me. You can pretty much get anything you're looking for nationwide.
Here's another one of those unique pieces. This is a big block powered pickup truck with a 4-speed going down the left lane. Part of a family of 4 that are out here.
Yeah.
Grandfathers down to grandsons, all racing Mopars, most of them 4 speeds.
Beautiful.
How I originally got into an A-body. I obviously, like everyone else, wanted a Roadrunner or an E-body in the early 80s when I was looking at going hot rodding. And as I looked at those cars, they were unaffordable for me at that time. So I got into a 340 A-body and stayed with that for 30 years before I graduated into my next level up, getting a rear engine dragster. But so I always have an affinity for the A-bodies, but the appreciation for the Bs and Es, and even the new stuff that has come out, it's just amazing. And it's amazing to me that people buy these cars and they want to run them. They want to go down the drag strip. They want to have fun.
Well, that's what it's all about. You know, you want to take your car out. If you just leave it in the garage collecting dust, sitting there, shuttered up, you're not getting your full benefit out of owning the car. The cars are made to be driven.
And that is the conflict between that, because as you know, some of the higher end models,
Yeah.
Mopar wise now, have become undrivable if you own them, because they're worth too much money to actually drive them. So has opened up the area for clone cars, as I give air quotes for clone cars, to be made so people can actually appreciate what it was like to drive a car like that.
Yeah, well, even a lot of those are really valuable. I mean, to me, any 70, 71 CUDA, which I've got a few of them, I don't care if it was a 318 car, you know. I still, you know, it still means a lot. I've had V-code cars and stuff like that, but they all can be made to do this exact same thing. They're literally the same, except for the equipment and the tags, which I know is a very big part of the collector hobby. It depends on where you're approaching the hobby from.
I had the experience of driving a V-code car a few years ago, unrestored. It was being sold. I verified that it was a driver car before it got loaded up on the trailer. I took it for a spin, make sure all the brakes and everything worked, and it made me laugh as I just kind of went first gear to second gear, 4-speed car, and then pushed the accelerator in second gear, and the tires just started spinning.
Oh yeah, they will.
And I laughed, but it also brought me back to the fact that, wow, what was this like in 1970 for the people who had never driven anything like this and did this and had that happen to them?
Oh, once that six-pack kicked in, you just hang on.
But the appreciation for that performance at that level, it's like, wow, I'm not saying, I mean, I felt very fortunate and lucky to experience that for the first time. And it's like there's a lot of people that haven't, like you said, felt the six-pack come in and just start baking the tires. It was just incredible, like I said, and it was an all-stock piece. No modifications.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, too, I mean, once the hammer came down on the muscle car thing, through the 70s, 80s, even the early 90s, there was nothing on the road that was even in the same category. Seriously.
Yeah, anything that was 440 after 71 just started to trickle down in performance and dependability until it was unrecognizable.
Yeah, but even outside the Mopar world, just cars in general on the road. I mean, if you had a 440 Charger, basically, you know, you're a king of the hill.
Through the 70s and whatnot, looking at even Corvette and Camaro and Firebird performance, it was just terrible. Very lacking. Very lacking.
Yeah,
through the 80s, for the most part, until mid 80s, basically with the revival of the Grand National, I guess, was the car that really kind of brought performance back.
Yeah, it just came back, and then Chrysler's real turnaround was the introduction of the Viper. I think that was in '92 or so, somewhere around there. Yeah, and that really raised the brand's profile in the performance market. And it took a while to get traction, but boy, did they ever get traction.
Oh my goodness, that was quite a model, and like you said, that probably was a very, set the stage for SRT and all the stuff that followed after that.
Yeah, what they've done was really impressive. We've got a couple of.
This is quite an impressive vehicle over here, right side. Larry Curtis driving the Sox and Martin Cuda. He's been out here doing testing and racing with it quite a bit, and manually shifted car, and it is fun to watch.
Oh, wow. Wow, did you see that chassis react? That thing had some rotation out of the hole. I've gotten to know Herb McKinley.
I'm pretty sure he's got a Gen 3 Hemi in that also.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've gotten to know Herb McKinley quite well over the last few years, and I've got to say, the man is just an incredible wealth of information. I would really recommend you guys go on YouTube, and there's an excellent series of interviews with him that's just spectacular as far.
Over in the right lane, for those of you who have been coming out here for years, that is a carbon copy of Bruce Call's 69 GTX that he raced out here for about 30 years, and was extremely competitive, winning a lot. But that brings back a lot of memories, just seeing a car that is almost exactly like that car and a famous racer from this area.
Okay, we've got a mid-60s Plymouth B-body versus 69 Dodge Super B. It's got a 446 pack hood, presuming that's what's under there.
That's the grandfather of that family group.
Nice.
We have a lot of nostalgia super stock cars out here. This is one of them over here, right side. I'm going to go 64 Polera. Probably you see the 10 flat on the dial-in. A lot of these cars can go faster than that. They run a 10 flat index in nostalgia super stock. I imagine we got over a handful of them out here today, but one of the events we have out here, probably have a dozen of them. Left side, that's a Jeep.
And that was a little bit.
And he goes 990. Scat Pack over here, left side. I'm going to say that's fairly stock. Over on the right side, again, this is a regular racer from the area, kind of a circle track car that he runs on the drag strip and does that on a very regular basis. More of a chassis with the Challenger body on it than anything, but pretty quick too. 10:35, 1:31. Six-pack call-outs on that.
On the Dodge pickup? Okay, Dodge pickup. 446-pack call-outs. This is the restyled truck that came out in, I believe they came out with that body style in '82, which is virtually identical to the earlier ones. And the notchback Barracuda. Extended cab Dakota versus Duster. It looks like the Dusters are pretty popular out here.
Yeah, say for economically, they were just cheaper to race than the Cudas, Challengers. They're just more expensive body style. The A bodies were cheaper to get, and you could make them as fast as anything.
Yeah, my first A body. Oh, who knows? I think it was in the mid to late '90s, something like that. 69 Dodge Dart, almost in pristine condition, and it was $800. Had one dent, and the rest of the factory paint was basically first level Survivor quality as well as the interior. So I just fixed the dent, touched it up, and it turned out to be the best car I ever owned, and I've had them all.
70 Cuda of Chris Anfang making a pass down the right-hand side, regular competitor out here. And I'll get to race with Chris down in Florida in a couple months also. He's become Snowbird. I call myself a reverse Snowbird. Over in the left lane, this gentleman, oh, dang it, I can't remember his name. This is a manually shifted car that runs in the 8s.
Wow.
He's been working on this a long time. I followed him on Facebook forever. Manually shifted. He's been in the 8s with that 68 Roadrunner. I think he's got a 572 in it. 894, that might be his best pass yet. He runs at Brainerd a lot. Our advantage over Brainerd is we're 300 feet lower in altitude.
Wow.
So even though they're a national event track, we're quicker.
Well, that car is a beauty.
Be aware of their surroundings. Don't walk down the middle of the road. And then, yeah, roll. Yeah.
Another regular racer out here, left side in the beat-up Dodge Swinger, Christopher Schwartz, many-time street eliminator champion, and I might have been a King of the Hill champion out here, but always a good competitor and a true Mopar head at heart. At home, he has a wood-grained Aspen wagon.
Oh, no kidding.
For a regular driver, I should say, not daily driver. Not in this climate can you do that and drive those in the winter. But also want to let everybody know, as far as we have a lot of foot traffic on our pit roads, spectators, please be wary that the pit roads are being used for our racers. And just be cognizant of the fact that there are cars running around. Also, anybody under the age of 16, if you don't have a license, you should not be driving anything with a motor on it. So please keep tabs of your youngins, and spectators, keep track of your foot traffic. And walking down the middle of the roads, you're probably going to clog some stuff up, and we don't want anybody to get hurt. We have a lot of people out here, so just, again, be aware that you are in a high-traffic area when you're in the pits.
That last round was a really pretty 68 Roadrunner. That light green looked good. All right, looks like a 1967 Dodge Dart versus another one of the early D100 trucks.
GT. It's just the rarity of some of the stuff that you just don't see.
Yeah, I'm restoring a 67 Dodge Dart GT convertible with my daughter right now.
We have a regular competitor. He hasn't brought his car out in a while, but he has an M-Code Dart that has been converted to a race car. And,
Wow, the M-Code Dart.
I would like to purchase that from him if he's listening.
The M-Code
he knows that.
was a factory 440 option, 69 only, and incredibly rare.
Yeah.
And a tight fit.
Yeah, and like I say, he acquired the car way back in the day. It wasn't that big a deal. Made it into a race car and has since been offered many, many times probably what he's put into the car because it is an M-Code car. They can be restored and put back, and even though it's got a roll cage in it. But I've had the pleasure of driving it, too. It's a pretty quick car.
Oh, I'll bet.
But when I found out it was an M-Code, I'm like, you got to be – no one else has ever done this to an M-Code. But, again, I liken it back to the old days when none of these cars had the rarity. We didn't know how rare they were. They were race cars. This is what we had, and we acquired them, and we raced them. And when they broke, we put new parts from different cars in there. And it's just amazing how all of that has unfolded over the years. We never thought twice about it.
No, I mean, they were just used cars, right?
Exactly. I mean, my friend gives the example. In his Charger, he broke the 8 3/4, went home. He goes, we pulled a Dana out from underneath this car that was a junk car, which was like a Coronet 440 car. We pulled the Dana out of that, put it in my Charger, and I raced on that, the next 15 years. And it's like, well, what happened to the Coronet? Well, the car was broken. The motor was bad. It was just a parts car at that point.
Oh, I can remember when I was 16, and my brother tried to help us.
Also want to note, since we are parking spectators on the left side of the track, or what we call the spectator side, you certainly can come over to this side. There's no extra cost. We just ask that you go behind the burnout wall and follow the marked white crosswalk through, and then you can get over here to the Quarter Mile Cafe, enjoy some of the concessions, and all the other activities going on here with the swappers, the car show, and everything else on this side of the track. Again, we just note that as you are on your feet and walking around on the return roads and whatnot, just be wary that they are being used by our race cars to get to and from the staging lanes and their own pit.
Challenger's got a sheet on the back. What are you mile an hour at? I can't quite read it.
138, 67, 963. Racer after my own heart there, 74 Dodge Dart Sport 360 right side. That was my last last endeavor into Mopars, and it was my daily driver turned into a race car, and I raced that for 24 years.
The Dodge Dart Sport.
We're going to argue right here, right now.
Don't keep that on the front.
Basically, the Dodge Dart was what the Demon became because of the, I can't think of the Bible bangers from back in '72. They got the Demon name taken off the car,
They did.
and that became the Dart Sport.
Yeah, the Demon was only offered in 71 and 72, and then it became the Dodge Dart Sport.
But yes, they shared sheet metal with the Duster and whatnot. But
From the firewall, from the
and oddly, on my Dodge Dart, I found out later that had the same hood on it as a
Barracuda.
69 Barracuda.
69, yeah.
69 Barracuda.
Yeah.
Which, as you learned this stuff in the Mopar circles, the interchangeability of parts for cars and stuff like that became, I don't want to say endless, but it was very interesting as you were trying to upgrade with
Oh, yeah.
little money.
Back Charger or a CUDA or a Challenger or something like that, which are actually never really super common, in scrap yards.
Exactly.
People recognized that they were something special all along, and they weren't valued as such, but people hung on to them because they liked them. Oh, we've got the first gen Charger. Yeah, and the 74 Dodge Monaco, actually a Royal Monaco, I believed it was. And in the far lane, we've got a Jeep.
It is a Jeep. It could be a Track Hawk. It is it's highly modified with slicks front and rear. I know they were trying to. It could be a turbo.
I'll put my money on the track.
Yeah, right side. I'm pretty sure we got Cop shocks, Cop tires,
440 mil.
or 40-inch plant,
Yeah, that's right. 440-inch plant.
and the
Half
cigarette lights probably
a pack of cigarettes, and we're wearing sunglasses.
And wow, back to back left side. We got another Track Hawk coming up. Right side, super clean, and as I have done the last few weeks, my pay homage to Bill Bissonnette, track announcer up at Brainerd over the years. That is a super sanitary Dart over here, right side.
Yeah, that's beautiful. 1968 Dodge Dart, hardtop. I've never seen that stainless sill trim before. It looked like we had
Stage light before auto start basically let the tree go and gave them a red light. They'll have to back the car up. We'll reset the timer on the computer, and then we'll send this car down on a single, and we'll get on with the side-by-side time trials again.
Got it. Yeah, I didn't see the staging lights go on, and I thought, oh, maybe they weren't working, and you rolled into the beams. But I didn't realize there was a rule there that red light you.
The auto start tree is set up. There is the wheelie I was looking for right there. Great wheel stand. Hung it out there about 75 feet. Mid 9-second pass. There you are. 969, 137 with a gigantic wheelie. But yeah, the tree is set up where once 3 lights are lit, you have 10 seconds to get your stage light on if you're not already in. And if you don't get in that 10-second time, the tree fires, and we call it you're timed out, your automatic red light. If it happens in competition, you're out, you're done. Unique piece right here, right side, that is a supercharged slant 6.
Wow.
Leaning tower of power, I guess we call that.
I saw the 225 car. Actually, scoots too. Mid 11s from a slant 6. Who'd have thought?
Yeah, that combination has been around in that car for quite a while. We'll get the neon back here. He's trying to get a really good view of the Christmas tree. That helps with reaction time, but he's also 3 car lengths ahead of the starting line. So starter Mark will go out there and help him find the starting line. We'll get him staged up. And he needed that head start because he's got bit off quite a bit to chew here. Even if that's a turbo neon, the Demon in the right lane, I see a 9.5 indicating about where he thinks that thing can run. Mid 9 seconds out of any Demon means, 1, it's an experienced driver, and 2, utilizing the power that's in that car. There you are, 951.
951.
At 146. That is some stout ET for a Demon of any kind. That's amazing. I've had the opportunity to drive one of those. They're as cantankerous as anything as far as being a competitive race car goes, but the actual joy of acceleration is like nothing else because you know you're in a big, heavy car, and it is fantastic how the acceleration is.
Impressive. Who'd have thought that we'd ever get there?
I remember watching the internet and whatnot for the updates they had leading up to that, and the suspense they put behind it for the Demon and whatnot. And when it came out, it was bigger than anything I could have even imagined. 808 horse and the crate that came with it, and it's just ridiculous. But in a Mopar world, it's like, yeah, that's how it should be.
Hopefully they bring it back.
Absolutely. We do have, I think this might be, we have a Demon 170 on site. I know that. And he is racing. He was just going to
Nice.
run one pass yesterday, and he was going to call it quits. And I saw him in tech again today. So much like any of the people who own these cars, once you get a taste of a quarter mile, you want more and more. So just to repeat for the spectators on the left side of the racetrack, you can certainly walk and cross over to the right side where we have the concession stand. We are not going to have concessions open on that side of the racetrack today, so if you need something to drink or eat, migrate your way over to this side and get something good to eat, get something good to drink, and settle in for a wonderful day of Mopar Showdown action.
Really attractive Dart GT in the near lane versus a Duster that's not going to win this race.
Duster looks like it's seen better days, but great to see him out here competing.
Absolutely.
At 1320 at 100 miles an hour, that is
actually-
not bad.
it's
for
pretty
a car,
good.
for a car that's all rusty and looks. I guess that would be the sleeper.
It is.
Of the day. This in the far lane, very unique car, and I only know it because we've seen it before. But this is an A990 car.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. He's been here before, and it's just a fantastic example. And the fact he's out here racing it, I can't get enough of.
A990, I believe, what was it, 1967 WO and RO cars were Dodge and Plymouth?
The Hemi Darts and whatnot were the RO cars, Hemi Darts and Cudas in '68. But yeah, the precursor to that was the A990 because they didn't release the Hemi in '65, did they? Not in a street production car, not till '66.
Oh no, 66 was first year for
So
street.
this was a basically a Hemi produced race car, the A990s, and again, you know, spin off of the Max Wedge stuff from the '62 and just ridiculous cars that Mopar was making for competition purposes.
Race on Sunday, sell on Monday, right?
Absolutely. Hemi-powered A-body harkens back to the early days of Pro Stock. Sox and Martin. Left side, a supercharged 66 Coronet. Very close friend of mine over here, right side. That's Scott Kelly in Shock Therapy, 68 Plymouth Roadrunner, small block power.
Oh, nice.
Regular racer out here. Brother Paul, for the brothers, Kelly Brothers Racing. competing in this. Right side, part of the Plackey Brothers Racing, or Plackey Family Racing. A 64 Fury, I believe. These are both regular racers out here at Rock Falls Raceway. Pretty good reaction time, so both drivers. Fury gets there first, 10:19, 11:24 for the Road Runner. Tom Hoffman's been racing out here as long as I've been here, and he's been racing that same car. 64 Sport Fury, running in the 10s. Left side, the D100 pickup. Tom Hoffman, a little early on the tree. That car has made many, many laps here at Rock Falls Raceway, probably even when it was amber green. 1061 at 125. Our GLH Turbo coming back for another pass. Also, I think that might be Jocelyn Millage running that. I'm not sure who's in the far lane. One of the Millage kin. Running the Magnum left side. Oh, Caleb. Really? Caleb Eichholz, it says, and Jesse Burr over here right side in that GLH Turbo. He's got a pass going in that Turbo this time. He got a much better start. 13:03 at 110 miles an hour. Again, that was a car you could purchase in the mid-'80s stock, and that's what they did. Tim Merrick back right side for another pass. Steve Flawn over in the right lane. I'm sorry, Steve Flawn in the left lane in that Grand Cherokee. Guessing it's a Trackhawk. I see a cat down there. Might have the Hellcat motor in there. Certainly going on down the track at a high rate of speed. 1166, pretty stout for a Jeep, 116 miles an hour. Merrick trips the clocks at 1387 in his newly purchased 70 Duster. Good news, racers. You guys are doing such a good job. You're doing such a good job getting down the track and getting back in line. That two time trial minimum or maximum that I kind of threw on there to see how things were going to go. Looks like we're going to be able to lift that. It's 11 o'clock right now. You've been racing for less than an hour, and I know everybody's been down the track once, pretty much. So we're going to lift that deal. Where if you've been down the track twice, I asked you to park your car. If you want to make a third pass, come on up. We're going to shut the lanes down probably around 12:15. We'll run out the remainder of the cars, and then we'll take our break. We're doing a little prep on the starting line right now before we resume with time trial action. So as we do a little touch up on the starting line, you see starter Mark out there. He did a little dragging and brushing to clean things off the starting line. Now he's doing a little hand spray. We'll get back to the racing action here momentarily. All kinds of things going on down the midway area, I will say. So check that stuff out down towards the other end of that midway. They have, I believe they have the elephant motor on display. I'm not sure, but I know they're selling raffle tickets, and I'm telling you, you got to get involved in that raffle. If you got a project car at home and you're looking for a motor, you'd love to put a elephant in it. I guarantee that. Thumbs up from starter Mark, and we will continue with time trialing action. So I kind of repeat what's going on here again with the amount of cars we have running through the pits and the amount of people on golf carts and people walking and all the other stuff. Just be aware of what's around you. I mean, I know it's easy to get caught up and start looking for parts while you're looking at the swappers while you're driving your golf cart, but be aware other people are on the road also. Also, if you're on a scooter, all this stuff. Just be careful. Be cognizant of the fact that you're not the only one out here. And there's a lot of stuff going on, and we don't want anybody to have any incidences. Safety first here at Rock Falls Raceway, but you have to participate. We keep the speed limit low. We keep the speed limit down, but it's up to you to keep from running into each other. And again, watch out for your neighbor. We're all in this together. We're all Mopar brothers and sisters. Let's behave as such. Next pair coming up, left side, Scat Pack Challenger, right side, Grand Cherokee. Probably the same motor. Probably both have 392 Hemis in them. And for those of you at home watching on the live feed, in case you didn't know, you are watching the inaugural Mopar Showdown. We are in time trial action on the drag strip here, but there are tons of activities going on throughout the pits, down the midway area where a lot of the vendors are. And those of you parking on the spectator side, you are more than welcome to walk over behind the burnout wall and join us over here on this side where a lot of the activities are going on. The car show going on in the far eastern portion of the pits, along with all the race cars to see. And the Quarter Mile Cafe is open, making up all kinds of good food. And there's all kinds of good things to drink. So stop on over, visit the Quarter Mile Cafe. Cordoba. Right side going to get there first, 10:44. Left side, Robert Jakovic. Holy cow. Polot's now left side in that Dakota Sport. Jeff Renardi, right side. That's 17 Hellcat. Cool looking color combo on that Hellcat. Down the track he goes. That's 707 horsepower. Boom. 1140, 124. Left side now, Austin Juneman in that 440 powered 4-speed pickup. Brandon Michelson, right side, and that 74 Plymouth Roadrunner has 440 call out on the hood scoop. I like it. A couple of 440s on down the track they go. Not on file in that 340 Barracuda notchback, left side. Jim Juneman, right side. 69 A12 replica, Super B, 4-speed. Having a little trouble finding the gears. That is a 6-pack motor, 440 6-pack under the hood. 340 powered left side, getting it done. Jacob Euler, left side, in that 360 powered 74 Duster. Right side, still working on a name. 64 Belvedere. Jason Juneman with the big nitrous purge. Right side in that 68 Dart. We'll see what's in store for us here. Left side, Robert Menti, his 16 Challenger. Robert out of Maple Grove, Minnesota. On down the track, Jason goes 9:15 at 148. That nitrous-assisted 68 Dart. Robert Weyer in the 20 Hellcat left side. Right side, Larry Curtis. That 70 Plymouth Cuda. And again, I believe this is a Gen 3 Hemi under the hood. Manually shifted. Usually a 9-second car going down the right side. 983 to a 1004. A couple of fast cars right there. 1, strictly race car. 2, street car. Amazing. Jerome Birch now in the 23 Demon. This might be our Demon 170 here. He's in the left side. Sublime, I think they call it. I don't know. Sassy Grass Green. There's a lot of colors I don't know. On the high impact colors. Right side, Dan Iverson in that 68 Dart. Gorgeous, gorgeous car. Wheel spin, always an issue with those Demons, but he's got it hooked up and he's about to run away and get in front of that Dart. 11:01 at 138 miles an hour. Speed an indicator of horsepower, also an indicator that that car should be in the low 10s, not in the low 11s if he gets it hooked up. Darren Kells, left side in the 79 Dodge pickup. Bob Peterson, right side in the 69 Dart. '66 Coronet. This is Dave Bobart, or Bobart. He's got a bunch of these '66 Coronets, and these cars are immaculate. If you get a chance to see this car close up when the hood up, it's ridiculously clean. Right side, Brent S. in his 69 Super B out of Elk River, Minnesota. 2 4-barrels under the hood of that '66 Coronet, 440 power. Russ Kramer now. Left side, and that's 64 Plymouth Fury. Nostalgia Superstock. Right side, Dave Adams in Thumper. That's his 72 Challenger. 440 plus cubic inches of power. This is Dave's street car. Dave Adams out of Coon Rapids, Minnesota. Goes red, but does not matter. Goes 11:07 at 122. Getting closer to that 123 mark. 10:47 for Russ Kramer. John Lavelle in his 340 Duster, left side. John out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. John O'Brien, right side, 71 Plymouth Duster Twister. Non-stock motor in John O'Brien's car. I think he's got a big block in that. And I know Lavelle has the original 340 in his Duster, still on the track. 14:01 at 98 miles an hour, indicating that's pretty close to stock. And Jimmy D, left side in his 15 Challenger. He's out of Ostrander, Minnesota. Joey Heimer in that 19 Challenger. Again, this is a kind of a NASCAR type of deal, but it's fun. And he drag races it regularly. $10.26 at 131. $13.22 for Jimmy D. Zane Kornman, left side in his 68 Valiant. Tom Shannon, we call him Shorty. Tom out of Cottage Grove. American Motorsports Bar and Grill on the side of his Challenger. 73 vintage. And I believe he's got 440 plus, maybe 500 cubic inches under the hood. Plenty quick off the starting line. The Challenger going to get there first. He goes red, but runs it through 898 at 147, almost 148 miles an hour. One of the fastest cars on the property today. Don Byrle. I'm going to say Don Burl. That's easier to say also. Aircraft maintenance, 09 Charger, left side, Steve Glubke. Right side in that 64 Dodge Polara. Again, Nostalgia Superstock on the starting line. He's out of Now Then, Minnesota. Off he goes. 006 on the tree. One of the best lights so far this morning. He'll stop the clocks at 9:94. Greg Anderson. Left side in that 65 Dart. I think he's got 540 cubes underneath the hood of that. Mopar power. Elwood Blues. Over here, right side. That's not Elwood Blues. That's Mike Bartholomew. Mike out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. He's on a mission from God. I don't know if you know that. But he is. Cameron, oh boy, Cameron. Sorry about messing this name up. Anyway, well, just go with Cameron. He's in the 69 GTX left side. Right side, 68 Roadrunner. That's a Bradley No out of White Bear Lake, Minnesota. No hood on the Roadrunner right side. Proper engine color, easily seen. Paul Rossi autograph and photo session. It's over by the blue registration building and the white special exhibition or exhibit tent under the overhang. Now the Paul Rossi and autograph or photo and autograph session going on. right outside the Quarter Mile Cafe.
Factory-sponsored Mopar drag racer. Super accomplished. I remember seeing an article, I believe it was in Hot Rod or Carcraft magazine, with a whole array of very special engine builds. I think that was in the era where the 440 became the key focus of the factory drag racing program. And the way he tells it, it was a little hard to be successful with that compared to the Hemis, but he got it dialed in, accomplished a lot. Paul Rossi, autograph session. Go there, get a signature, and get a photo.
Going on at the white tent right next to the Quarter Mile Cafe, we have the Paul Rossi autograph and photo session going on right now. That'll be going on until, I think, 12 p.m. It's 11:15 right now. I'm a little slow on the trigger. We're getting the announcements out. Apologize for that, but again, this is a fluid situation, and we are rolling with it as we go. So bear with us, as this is the inaugural Mopar Showdown. Noel Loftus, I got to catch that, and Jamie Kading on the starting line now. Jamie in the 70 Duster left side, Noel right side in the 63 Dart. They would not forgive me if I did not mention their names while they go down the track.
Jeff Ball left side in that 16 Charger. Richard Shalene. Right side, 68 Dart. Beautiful car. I'm just not fond of the cowl scoop. Putting a Chevy scoop on a Mopar is sacrilege as far as I am concerned. And those of you who've listened to me all year long already know that. But that is a beautiful 68 Dart. I don't take anything away from that, Richard. I just believe as I look at this Dart and this Super B or Coronet RT, Mopar hood scoops are the way to go. Tried and true. Jason Kundinger going down the right side in his 72 Dart. Craig Billings in the 69 Coronet left side. 11:25 for the Coronet, 11:04 for the Dart. Chad Bednar now left side. This is racing. This is a throwback to our nostalgia days. Instead of Hellcat on his call out, he put Barncat on there. That is a 67 Belvedere, 440, 2 4-barrels, tunnel ram. Out down the track he goes. Mark Morris, right side in the 20 Challenger. Going to get there first. Goes 11:11, 12:27 for Chad Bednar in that straight axled 67 Belvedere, a throwback to the 60s drag racing style. Barry Arntz now, 65 Coronet left side out of Stanchfield, Minnesota. Luke Arntz, right side in that 69 Dart out of Dalbo, Minnesota. Fun to say and a nice place to visit. Grudge match definitely between the family members. Getting there first by only 0.05 of a second. Barry in that left lane. Gorgeous Jeff Hasty's 72 Demon. Left side. Jeff Matt's right side in that 71 Plymouth Barracuda. And I think that's a CUDA, I think 383 are the call-outs on the hood. I can't quite read that from here, but gorgeous car. Fantastic example of an E-body, and he's out here racing it, getting it done. And don't ask me why, Steve, but it finally came to me, the group that got the Demon name erased in 73, and that was the Moral Majority. They were big back in the 70s.
Oh, yeah. I
They're
mean,
the
big
ones-
politically, too. You know,
They're the ones that
yeah.
got the Demon name off the Demon, and then it became the Dodge Dart Sport. Chris Anfang now, 70 CUDA left side, and Allie Tufty over here. We finally have our screen up. We can read names. Out of Hayfield, Minnesota, the 69 Dart, right side.
That's nice. Okay. Thank you.
And then we can switch that. I'll hit the button. Next cars come up. Jim Passo over there in the 73 Satellite, dressed up like a Roadrunner. Left side. Tank Bees over here right side in his 73 Duster with the 340 wedge call out on the hood. That's a cool deal.
Yeah, it was stock in 71, I think it was.
He's got the Super Stock K automatic call out on there. Nice wheel stand.
Oh, yeah.
So if it is a 340, it's nothing near stock. Side by side all the way down the track with that 440, 1026 to a 1063.
I can barely hear you.
And we run into some of these where we don't have names on file yet.
Well, you're not going to have names because I got to put in more time.
I know. I'm fine. I'm fine with that. Not hollering at you.
No,
I don't I can't holler at you, Sydney. No, I can't.
How much do I owe you for the breakfast?
Absolutely nothing.
Fine, I'll give you 20.
If you want to know what it cost, it was $5.
Okay.
Look at this. This is just badass. You just don't see shit like this.
Oh, yeah.
It's got to be 72, right? Yeah, because 73 is different body style.
That's a-
71 wouldn't have had those striping, I don't think.
It wouldn't have the hood one, but the The other stripe's 71, the one over the roof.
Okay.
Well, they also had it in 72, but it was a little wider than that. I'll be able to tell when it goes down the track by the rear bumper.
We're just commenting. The car in the right lane is just, you just don't see stuff like this unless you're at a Mopar only event. That Roadrunner with the call outs and the striping is just fantastic to see. All stock stuff.
That is a 72 because the loop bumper kind of, it's got the saddlebags underneath the tail lights, whereas 71's straight all the way across.
That's excellent. I didn't see him here today, and I actually saw him. I might have been leaving or going to get breakfast this morning, but we had a 72 Roadrunner here, 400, 4-speed, pistol grip, 72,000 miles on it. The B5 blue. The interior was immaculate. Car ran 1320s.
Yeah,
Air
wow.
cleaner on it. Crazy.
What does this do right here?
It will advance to the next, but we don't have names right now because Sydney's in the computer.
Oh, okay.
Stuff out. I did call him Elwood Blues, and I did say he was on a mission from God.
That's pretty good. They're making rounds, though.
Yeah, I wanted to hold them to two rounds, but now we're making good time, so I just turned them loose. Well,
Yeah.
I have to look at this. Shut down the staging lanes at 12:15, so we're still good for another hour.
Yeah, and that red car that's just
So we
turning
gotta
off.
report
you want
something
the
out on the track.
alternator belt back
That
from the
I can see it from
starting
here.
line.
We got an alternator belt out there, so we'll get that. If you just went down the left lane, I don't have names. You can come retrieve your alternator belt. It'll be near the starter in the center island, probably laying on one of the walls. So if you got a crew member down here, they can pick it up. Otherwise, you can come back and get your alternator belt. Like I say, it'll be on the wall where the starter stands. Just be careful when you come up here. Elwood Blues coming up for another pass. Over on the left side, right side, a gorgeous example of a 70 Dart. Twin scoops, 340 powered. I see moving the shifter around. It's a manual transmission, my favorite. Oh, it's not a manual transmission. Just got a T-handle on the automatic. Fake out for me. That's 71.
72.
72? All right.
Or it could.
I see the bumper now. It's not a 70.
Yeah. You're right, 71.
Yeah, I had the 70 that had just the two ovals back in the bumper. Thought it was a much better look, but I like them all now, just because there's not as many around.
Because in 72 it would have had a different side marker.
Yep.
But it still had the forward tail light like that. And then, like you said, in 1970 just had the two tail lights.
Yeah, we're getting deep into it now, because when you know the difference in side marker lights between a 72 and a 70, you are definitely a Mopar head.
Couple of plumb crazy cars. And the earlier A-body takes out the late model.
Linda Giesecke over here right side, and that 383 call out on the 70 Barracuda. Right side, and I don't know, is it Sublime? Is it Sassy Grass?
No, that's Sublime, definitely.
That is Sublime,
Yeah,
but
you had
it's
it right.
Dodge.
Yeah. Well, Sassy Grass was the darker green.
Okay. I get mixed up sometimes in my colors between Plymouth and Dodge, and I should know better on my high impact colors. I actually watched a video last week about that, and I promptly forgot most all of it. It seemed like the Dodge names seem to stick better for most people. Everybody refers to the purple as Plum Crazy, and in Plymouth, I think it's In Violet.
Or Hemi Orange and Tor Red.
And Tor Red, absolutely.
'68 Roadrunner.
Here we got that super fast 68 Roadrunner back. One of the quickest cars here. He went 894 in his first pass. Manually shifted. I ran him through tech yesterday and promptly forgot his name. I apologize for that. 908, 148.90. Super fast car and truly manually shifted, but highly advanced 4-speed, not an A833. behind that
Jericho
big
or
block.
something like that.
Something like that.
Single spectator side in the water box.
Oh, there's that road runner I was talking about. That's a 72. Guy's owned it since he was 16.
Wow.
He's got a shifting glove on. He is here for business.
Can you read the call out on the hood?
It says road runner,
Oh,
but it's a 400.
okay.
It's on the air cleaner. So that 72 Roadrunner I was talking about earlier, that is it going down the track right now. 1332. Again, that's a 400. Got the stock air cleaner on it. Pistol grip 4-speed, 323 gears. Drove it here.
I got a dragster.
Dragster, it was here yesterday. I never even saw what it ran. I'll ran one carburetor. 8 flat on the deal. So the only Mopar powered dragster on the property right now. We'll get a name for it later. It's got 8 flat on his dial board. See a tunnel ramp. It's a big block. Single 4-barrel. In order to go 8 flat, it's got to be, I don't know, somewhere's in that 570 cubic inch range. 540 for sure. Single 4-barrel. Put 2 4-barrels on it. They go faster.
I was wondering about that, Joe.
I know. I'm impartial. You know that.
I was wondering if it was to meet some kind of class or something like that.
I don't know why. Yeah, he might be. Yeah, he might run it in Super Comp, and he wants to run a throttle stop, so that makes it simpler with one carburetor. 806 163. That is the fastest car on the property here today at the Mopar Showdown. You can win a Hell Crate for only $50. Hell Crate motor. Stop on over. There's only 400 tickets that are going to be sold, so your chances of winning, I'm no mathematician, but I think it's 1 in 400. Purchase your tickets at the car show registration tent by the show. That's the one closest to the show field, and there's a bunch of signs on there. Win a Hell Crate. Get your tickets for that. Also, thanks to our 3 drag class sponsors, they're putting up the money for these racers you're seeing going down the track now. That's HHP, that's High Horsepower Performance, Midwest Collector Car Storage, and TTI Exhaust. Those are our sponsors. They're each putting up $1,000 for the winners today, and a lot of cars, I can for sure say after being in tech, have TTI Exhaust on them. And also thanks to our title sponsor, Stanke Motorsports. They're down there in the Midway, and you can check out their wares at their display. Right now we're going to do a little brooming and grooming on the starting line. Actually, we call this traction farming going on right now. So we'll get spruced up. We will continue on. 11:30, we're going to be running cars down the track till 12:30. We'll take a break. We'll start our competition at 1 p.m. precisely. Again, single elimination, or single eliminations once we get into them. We're going to run cars for 3-4 rounds, and then once we slow down a little bit on cars, we're going to go back to some time trials for cars that are only here for racing. Also, racers and attendants alike, spectators, anybody who's staying overnight, want to let you know Racers for Christ is on site. You see them with their pop-up there at the corner of staging by the short chute. They're going to have a non-denominational chapel service tomorrow morning, 7:15 a.m. In front of the concession stand. The area underneath the white tent is going to be their spot. So if you need to hear the word, I highly suggest it. Chris Santerre is there to put the word out. I've been down there before, and nothing wrong with that, and we're happy to have Racers for Christ on site. Praying with, praying for everyone on site and our racers especially. So thanks again for Chris Santerre and Racers for Christ for being on site here with us. Jim Lambrick, left side. We call him Uncle Jim. Some people call him Smiling Jim. His 66 Charger's been racing ever since Jim's been racing. He's been racing that car over 30 years. Trips the beams at 11:19, 118 miles an hour. David Anderson over there, right side, Rush City, in his 09 Challenger. Robert, and it's got to be Jacobic. I don't know. I'm going to go with Jacobic because sometimes we have misspellings. He's in that 440 six-pack call-out, 87 D100, left side. Paul Samura over here, right side, and that is a 65 A990 out of Cross Lake, Minnesota. Super rare Hemi-powered specific drag car from 1965 going down the right side. Heather Martin, left side, out of East Bethel, Minnesota. That 23 Challenger. It's got to be a Hellcat. I don't know if it's a Demon. Right side, Matt Martin in that wheel standing 68 Dart. Off they go. Dart should get there first, but not by much.
No, I don't
Does
think so.
not get there.
I think Heather got him.
The big steam, 11 miles an hour faster on the big end of the track for Heather. Unleashing all the horsepower to build that mile an hour. Gets there first. Good job. Another nostalgia superstock competitor, left side, that is Tim Fries in his 63 Plymouth wagon. Pops the wheelie, down the track he goes.
The wagons were really popular back in the day in stock because of the traction. You know, they didn't have the tire compounds back then, and that overhang in the back made a difference.
Also, as pointed out by the previous owner of this track, had been racing Max Wedge cars from the very beginning. The reason he switched to wagons is it put the car, the rear tire, in a different spot on the starting line than all the rest of the cars that weren't wagons that had shorter wheelbases.
Oh, really?
So he was, very, very good racer, won a couple of world championships in stock class, but I was surprised to hear that description by him, why they chose to run the wagon over a stock-bodied car or non-wagon, and that was part of it. So
yeah, there were definitely advantages. You're right about that, Joe.
it's amazing. Drag racers, no stone unturned.
Right.
You know. I'm going to say Brandon Check over there left side, and if I mispronounce your name, it's your responsibility to tell me that. He's in that 74 Dart Sport, 360 power, and Eric R. over here right side, the 93 Dodge Dakota Sport with front exhaust outlets, so I'm assuming there might be
Probably a turbo, yeah.
Here comes our sleeper duster. Dennis Adams out of Albert Lee in that 72 Plymouth Duster. Wouldn't want to meet this guy in the street. I'd lose money racing him. Craig Billings over here right side in that 69 Coronet out of Piers, Minnesota. $13.15 at 103. That's awesome. Dan Moore up now, left side in his 73 Cuda, out of Gaylord, Minnesota. Right side, Chad Bednar in his 66 Belvedere. Again, this is like our nostalgia race cars we had here last week for the Fallout. Straight axle in front, 440 power. He calls it the Barn Cat, as opposed to a Hellcat.
I can go with Barn Cat, yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. 69 Dodge Dart, looking pretty strong. And it is. 998 with the 9, 134. Pardon me?
I got Ricola's lozenges.
Oh.
All right. Take one right now while I take a slight break here. God, there's a lot of demons here. Those things aren't cheap anymore.
No.
They went up in value
Really?
considerably.
72 Plymouth. Satellite versus 18 Demon. I think the Demon's got him pretty well covered. Running away. And that's a 971 at 141. Pretty impressive time with the Dodge Demon, late model, 2018. And we've got the battle of the TV cars here, or movie cars. Well, we've got the Duke Boys versus the Blues Brothers. This should be a good one. I'm going to go with the Charger. Oh my gosh, did he just lit them up off the line. Finally got a little bit of traction, easily passed the Bluesmobile. See you later, Jake Elwood. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know what happened there. Charger, it looks like it's got a little bit of a problem. Hopefully he can make his way to the return road and clear the lane. Seems to be just coasting in. Sox and Martin 1970 Plymouth Duster with 63 Plymouth in the near lane. And the Super Stock Plymouth takes it away. Very impressive, 978 with a 9 and 138 miles an hour. '71 Plymouth, 23 Challenger. Oh, I'm kind of hoping for the '71 Plymouth, and whoa! And it's going to be an easy win for the '71 Plymouth Duster. 975 at 139.99. We might as well call it 140, boys and gals. Okay, far lane, 1971 Dodge Demon, 68 Plymouth, kind of hanging back. I think we may have to clear something off the track, so it's going to be a little delay before they make their way up to the starting line. Dodge versus Plymouth coming up. We're talking about a couple of Mopar A bodies. The A body was the lighter weight version of the Mopars back in the day, built on a platform I believe was introduced in 1960, along with the introduction of the Slant 6. Compact cars were just coming into vogue then. You had the Ford Falcon, you had the Chevy Corvair. All the big three realized they were going to need to compete with import cars and make fuel-efficient vehicles. So the A-body platform was started out there. Who'd have known that they'd grow into real high-performance monsters, including big block cars in the late 60s. Should be clear here in a minute or two, and we'll resume racing. Okay. It's going to be actually very impressive on the Dodge. $10.54 at 128 for the Demon, and $12.27. Okay, Plymouth Superstock car, and looks like a 73 Dodge Dart rolling up. Sleeper Dart, looks like. It's not going to be any kind of a match for the Plymouth. And the red light in the far lane. Plymouth red lights, Dodge for the win. Six quarter. It's going to be an easy, easy win for the Cornet. Kind of overlooked cars, really, 66 and 67 Cornets. Just really getting traction in the popularity department. Really, when you look at them closely, man, you can convince yourself they're more beautiful than the later ones that people like so much more. And even myself, I'm a big fan of 68, 69 Cornets. 70s, my buddy David Freiberger seems to like better. '73 Duster versus another super stock style car, the 64 Plymouth in the near lane. This ought to be a pretty good race, but I think the you get these earlier B bodies, they're pretty well developed race cars. Man, you got a 10.18 at 131 miles an hour. That tells the story right there. Well prepped drag car. And the next pair coming up to the tree, 73 Challenger versus 70 Challenger. The 70 Challenger looks pretty well developed. It's got a chute on the back. Wow, that was a surprise to me. And 897 in the far lane. So that had me fooled. That's 147 miles an hour. The 73 Challenger. And we've got some modern muscle here in the near lane. A 2020 Jeep, I think they called it a Trackhawk, and 71 Dodge Dart. Jeep with an 1160, 116 mile an hour. And another one, this one an 09 Jeep, 64 Plymouth. Russ Kramer from Big Lake in the 64 Plymouth. That thing's going to move. Well, that was a close race by the time he came to the line. And the Jeep takes the win, actually, with a 991 versus a 1049. Late model muscle, you got to say. It works. And here's a little bit more of it for you. 07 SRT8 versus a... I'm not sure what that one is. Anyway, Jeep versus Challenger. I'm not sure the spec on the Challenger. And the Jeep takes an easy win. Again, a 999. 141 miles an hour.
I did not.
Okay. It's no match for the 2017 Challenger. Challenger turning a 988 versus a 1242, which is not bad for Volare.
Oh, okay. I get it. I make up stuff too.
72 Plymouth versus 71 Plymouth. Duster versus Roadrunner.
I'm trying to look.
Got the 71, the 70 Duster. Probably going to take Took him out of the hole. It's got to hold him up to the stripe, I'm pretty sure.
Higher first island. Like that is a wasted space.
But you also have car show up there, and car show at least one person per car. So like at fallout, that was racer parking. So there was
13:15 at 106, winning time.
I'm trying to don't.
Okay, we've got the 1986 Dodge GLH. Yes. It's going to take the easy win over the 2016 Jeep. 1241 and 111. '64 Dodge. 2014 Charger. No information on what's under the hood, but again, I'm going to have my money on the 64 Dodge. Polara. That's Jim Kruger out of Sparta, Wisconsin. Easy win.
Jump in just a second.
Okay.
Racers that are out there, if you're looking to make one more pass, come on up. I'm lifting the 2-run maximum for everybody who's participated. You guys doing such a good job getting down the track. We do have a ton of cars here, but we're approaching the noon hour, and we're going to run cars through up to 12:30. So we're going to keep running you. And if you're back there and you're holding off because I mentioned that 2-run maximum, well, that's been lifted. Get on up here, make a couple more passes, or at least one more pass before we shut everything down at 12:30. So come right on if you want to make another pass, racers. Come right on to staging. Continue with time trials. Elwood Blues on down the track he goes. Again, he's on a mission from God. Cop shocks, cop tires, cop suspension. 440-inch plant. He needs to fix the cigarette lighter. Tim Merritt coming up now right side. A couple of 70 dusters. Doug Martinke, left side. Doug Martinke has a big block in his, that's for sure. I know that. Plenty quick car. Doug been racing out here for years. Tim Merrick also multi-time street eliminator champion in his Oldsmobiles. Decided to purchase a Mopar, not specifically for this show, but here he is. He's only had the car a couple of weeks, and he's out here racing it like anybody else would do with their Mopar over here in the right lane. '71 Duster for Martinke trips the beams at 1036, 128 miles an hour. John Plackey now left side in his '97 Dakota. Robert Jakobic. Over here on the right side out of Blair, Wisconsin. In his '87 D100 again. You got the 440 six-pack callouts on the side of that pickup. Awesome. Got the bumblebee stripe, forest green, got everything going for him. Steely hubcaps.
Goes perfect on the tree. First perfect light. First perfect light of the weekend. And if somebody is in Robert's pit, they can tell him to take that time slip down to registration, show the gals in registration, and he will get entered into a drawing for $500 at the end of the year. All the perfect lights are in that drawing, and Robert could be in that drawing and possibly win $500 for that perfect light. Sheldon Lee over here out of Le Sueur, Minnesota, in his Helliant Plymouth Valiant. Right side, Noel Loftus out of Bloomer, Wisconsin. Left side in that 63 Dart. Noel goes red. Sheldon goes green, 11:15. 121.99, almost 122 miles an hour. Jacob Euler now in that 74 Duster. Left side, Dustin Bernard over here, right side in the 04 Neon. It's got dual pipes on it, so I'm going to say it's a turbo Neon. Seen those cars in other fashions. They have 13-second potential. Stock, it goes 1440, 111 miles an hour. Definitely turbo-powered. Jay Melling now, 69 Roadrunner. Left side out of Belvedere, Illinois. That might be so far the farthest away. And another wheel stand by Bob Peterson out of Janesville, Wisconsin. And that 69 Dart on his way to, I think, another 9-second pass. Yeah, 969. Jeff Danielson, thank you, Sydney, for getting this in here. Jeff Danielson has been posting the progress of this 68 Roadrunner the last several years, 572 cubic inches out of Buffalo, Minnesota, manually shifted, running in the 8s. This car is incredible. It is straight, beautiful, sanitary, mint, and extremely fast. Jeff's won a few races already with that since he's had it up and running, I think since last year. Tripped the beams, 9 flat, 149 miles an hour. Incredible. 800 plus horse, 900 plus horse, whatever it is. Probably 900 plus horse in that car. Becky Resch trips the beams at 11:36 in the 64 Plymouth. That was in the left lane. Next pair out, Brandon Rowell in the Hellcat, left side. Brian Schottenbauer, right side, out of Clear Lake, Minnesota, in his 72 Duster with the proper hood scoop on there. Nice pop a wheelie out of the Duster from Schottenbauer, right side. Good reaction time also, 0:37 in the tree. On his way to a 10-second pass, 1082, 120 miles an hour. Mark Morris, left side, 20 Challenger. Jag Schottenbauer, 71 Charger, right side. He races down in Cedar Falls quite a bit. From Princeton, Minnesota. That is a gorgeous car, period correct paint job for the Rod Shop. Got the air grabber hood up. It is a Charger RT. 440 power plus. Awesome car. Awesome representation. Nice wheelie. And he regularly bracket races that car around the area between here, Iowa, and other tracks. 976 at 135. More than a 440 cubic inch plant in that. Dan Moore now, left side in that Cuda. Tim Freeze, right side in the wagon. Nice wheelie by the wagon. Don Raskinau, left side in that 84 Daytona. It's a boiler operator out of White Bear Lake, Minnesota in that left lane. Cameron, right side, and out of Cambridge, Minnesota in that 69 Plymouth. Again, Bruce Call lookalike GTX. Got a note of Randy Trotter. Must be giving him some help on that car. Thanks, Randy. That car is magnificent. Really a big throwback for us old-time racers here at Rock Falls Raceway. Bradley No, right side, left side, and that 68 Roadrunner, also out of White Bear Lake, Minnesota. Right side, Jim Perrin in the 66 Charger. Got 440 call out on the side of the car. Leave the starting line almost side by side. Roadrunner going to get there first, 11:46, 11:55 for the Charger. Luke Arntz, left side, out of Dalbo in that 69 Dart. Dennis Adams, right side, in the nondescript 72 Plymouth Duster. Getting it done, running low 13s. Here's another throwback to some last gasp high performance stuff. Over here, right side, Chris Leonard in that 77 Plymouth Roadrunner. Spin off of the Volare and the Aspen that came out in 76. You could get those with a 360 engine, very small over. 1249 at 109 for Leonard in that Roadrunner. That's just a cool throwback car. I think he has T-tops on that too. So kind of a unique piece, that's for sure. Like a lot of the cars here at the Mopar Showdown, a lot of one-on-one or one-of-one cars simply because of their rarity. So we've crossed the noon hour. With that, I need to mention that win a Hell Crate motor for $50 per ticket. We have a raffle going on. Only 400 tickets will be sold. Get your tickets over at the car show registration tent near the show field. Run on down there. I don't know when that drawing is going to happen, but when I find out, I will let you know. But get your tickets purchased. $50 to win a Hell Crate motor for your project car at home. You don't have to worry about doing anything. All you got to do is worry about where you hide the wires. Really neat opportunity for someone to win a Hell Crate here at the Mopar Showdown. Coming up at 1 o'clock, that's within an hour, Claudia Abel, Miss Direct Connection, 1984, will be available, I believe, over in the special exhibit tent under the overhang of the registration building just next door to the Quarter Mile Cafe. In that tent there, Miss Claudia Abel. I should say Claudia Abel, Miss Direct Connection, 1984, will be there for a autograph and photograph session. For those of you who don't know what photographs are, we call them pics now. Also want to mention thanks to our 3 drag class sponsors for this year's cash payouts. HHP, that's High Horsepower Performance. Midwest Collector Car Storage, and TTI Exhaust, all pitching in $1,000 to today's winners of each class, that is for Pro, Street, and Super Pro. I'm going to be closing the staging lanes down. I'm going to be closing staging lanes down in about, 5 to 10 minutes. So if you're in the staging lanes, you're going to be able to run on down and finish. We got room for some more. Maybe I'll wait a little bit longer. I'll just announce I'm going to close the staging lanes at 12:20. 12:20, I'll be closing the staging lanes. We'll run out the remainder of the cars. We'll do our preparations for today's competition. We will start competition precisely at 1 p.m. Thank each and every one of you, participants, car show participants, racing participants, spectators, vendors. Thank you all for being here and showing up. And we finally have been rewarded with a glorious weekend of weather here at Rock Falls Raceway. And it's great to see everybody taking advantage of it and enjoying the Mopar Showdown. First annual, inaugural we'll call it. Dan Grawl working super hard to promote this event and has done a fantastic job. Way to go, Dan and crew, for putting this together. It was just a concept a year ago. Here we are enjoying the fruits of Dan's labor. And we appreciate Dan putting this on so we can all gather and celebrate the Mopar heads that we are. Again, it's about 12:15. I'm going to close the staging lanes down in about 5 minutes. Maybe 8 minutes. But we're going to shut everything down at 12:30. Last cars will go down the track, and then we'll be shut down for half an hour while we regroup and get ready for competition in today's drag event. So don't be in the staging lanes. Don't be shy. Get suited up. Get ready to go. There's only a few cars up here. If there's anybody else back there that wants to make a lap, we can take you. We'll take cars into the lanes for the next 5 minutes for sure. Probably the next 8 minutes. 7. If you're in the lanes, we're going to run you through. But again, be mindful of the speed limits in the pits and everywhere on the facility other than the racing surface. So if there's a few of you back there that are undecided, if you can hop in the car and get up here in the next 5 minutes or 7 minutes, come on up, make one more pass. Regardless of how many passes you've made, we'll run you down the track. Coming up for another rip in shock therapy. His 68 Roadrunner. Again, small block Mopar power. I think he's got 360 in there right now. Right side, I'm sorry, left side, Heather Martin out of East Bethel in that 23 Challenger, and I'm trying to read the. Too much reflection. I think it's a Hellcat. I don't think it's a Demon. Oh, it's got a Demon hood. We'll call it a Demon. Wide body. Wide body in the back, not the front. Interesting. But that's what makes it a Mopar. Thank God they don't have the guards on there for the chin spoiler. Can't stand that look. Kelly is off. Heather Martin isn't. We'll get Heather restaged and reset up and send Heather on down the track. Kelly trips the beams 1124, 100, 17 miles an hour. Ever steady is that hot rod. Newly refurbished by Louis Hot Rods. Louis Raffetto, a sponsor out here at Rock Falls Raceway, and does a ton of chassis work for a lot of race cars that run out here. Also does paint work, does everything. And now son Dominic getting into the engine building aspect of the high-performance world, and they're going to become a one-stop shop of some type where they won't even need a car. They can build something out of air, and you can go race it when you're done if you got enough money. Off goes Heather. Again, a lot of wheel speed or wheel spin on those Demons. A lot of horsepower and a lot of weight to get moving. But on down the track, 998 at 148. Just incredible. Almost 150 miles an hour. Another pair of E-bodies. 109, 170. So a mere 39 years apart in age. Larry Curtis piloting the 70 CUDA, right side, 978, 137. Staging lanes open. We only have a few cars. If you want to make another pass, come on up. If you can make it up here in the next couple of minutes, we'll take you. If you can make it up here in the next 5 minutes, we'll take you. How many Chevys?
I don't know. You make house attendants. Oh, 0.
How many Fords?
0. I think he said.
Dodge Dart with the easy win here, 979 at 137 versus 1218 for the Duster. Here we go with a little bit of a late model muscle. What do we have? It's a Challenger, I can tell you that. It's 2017 versus 64 Dodge post car. This is going to be probably a pretty good race. Oh, there you go. The off the line, the early B body. You know, once again, just a well sorted out race car, as you find with a lot of those. It's been raced for years, really dialed in, and we've got a 10-second pass, 10:01. Called it a 10 flat. Pretty impressive. 69 Plymouth versus a '04 Dodge. Dodge really faltered, but he really came back for the win. Wow.
So I don't see any more takers coming into the staging lanes. We're probably going to shut them down, and we'll start our little preparation before competition here, maybe a little early, before I call up the first class for eliminations at 1 p.m. So this will give you a little time for a little lunch break. Head on over to the Quarter Mile Cafe. Get yourself something good to eat and or drink. A lot of refreshing items down there, a lot of satisfying items for your hunger. Get on over, check it out. We got one food truck or a couple food trucks over there. Stop by, check them out. Get yourself set up to enjoy the afternoon of racing and car show going on over at the eastern side of the pits. And we invite everyone on the spectator side to come on over and check it out. I know there's a little walking involved, but you can go behind the burnout wall and follow the marked crosswalk and make your way into the pits and check things out. There's huge swap meet going on. Swappers everywhere, vendors. Check it all out. Get yourself entered to win the Hell Crate motor. $50 an entry in the raffle there. Just all kinds of activities going on. Coming up at 1 o'clock here, we're going to have Claudia Abel, Miss Direct Connection 1984. I don't know why we settled on that year. But anyways, that's what we have. Claudia Abel is going to be here for a autograph and photo session over in the tent right next to the Quarter Mile Cafe, the special exhibit tent, as we're calling it. We got room. We can send him down. We got room. Get him in the car. Don't get him all flustered. Let him settle in. Gonna have a good pass here. There you go. Yeah, calm, cool. Right. Yeah. Don't be doing that. Not a Chevy guy. There you are. Right on. We are Mopar brothers and sisters here this weekend. So we help each other out and we encourage each other for wonderful, wonderful competition and just the pure enjoyment of Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge, and I will throw in AMC and Jeep as they have joined the Mopar flag. I guess we could have Ferrari under there with Stellantis, right? So if anybody's got a Ferrari, I'll let them run. But weather-wise, what a glorious day. Everyone that's here couldn't have picked a better place to be, and you are in the right place. Later on, we'll have a autograph and Lily Hansen. I'll let you know where that happens later in the afternoon, but they'll be putting on an autograph session. We appreciate the Hansens coming out for that. Skipping the family reunion. We needed their help. That's why they're here.
They'll be leaving at pronto latest 3:30.
No, we'll keep them here as long as we can. I forgot to mention, as I usually do, if there's anybody celebrating any birthdays, you can relay that information down to registration. They'll get it up to me, and I can give a shout-out for birthdays. But as always, you don't get a birthday shout-out unless cake appears up in the tower, and I don't mean cupcakes. They are not included. It has to be a official birthday cake that's cut properly. Those of you who are regulars here know that. Those of you who aren't regulars here, now you're prepared for next year. Scott Kelly making one of the last passes coming up here. We do have a dragster coming in the lanes. I think we have time to run that dragster yet before 12:30, and that will probably be the final pass. That will be the final pass. So if you're not in the staging lanes, don't bother coming up. Send that dragster up. Send that dragster up. We'll get that car run. That's going to be the final car for time trials here today.
Reminder, don't forget you can win a Hell Crate. That's a Hellcat crate engine from Chrysler, and I believe it's like 1,000 horsepower. Tickets are $50, and there's only going to be 400 tickets, so you've got a pretty good chance to win. You can purchase your tickets at the car show registration. The tent's near the show field. Go there, check it out, put your name in the hat, and you might go home with a Hell Crate.
Dan Grawl, we need you to registration. Dan Grawl, we need you to the registration building. Dan Grawl, we would like you to show up in the registration building. All right, I want to repeat, Dan Grawl, we need you to registration. Dan Grawl, we need you to registration as soon as you can appear. This is your second call to registration, Dan Grawl. And if anybody is around Dan Grawl and can hear this and he can't, please let him know. We need him in registration. Dan Grawl, we need you to registration, please. All right, racers, it's almost time to think about coming to staging. The first class I'm going to call up for round one is going to be Pro. So Pro, you're going to be the first ones to come up. When you come up, you'll come up in lanes 1 and 2. So in about 2 minutes, I'm going to make the call, and we're going to start loading the lanes with Pro cars here. And we'll get into our eliminations at 1 o'clock. But before we do that, we're going to have our invocation from Chris Santerre, and we're going to play our anthems before we start competition, as we do every weekend here at Rock Falls Raceway. All right, racers, specifically Pro class, Pro class. This is your first call to staging. We'll take you up in staging lanes 1 and 2. We'll fill those lanes up first. We'll see how many we have, and if we need to go into 3 and 4, we'll do that. Same goes for all classes. But Pro racers will take you to the staging lanes now, lanes 1 and 2 to start, and we will fill to your right as we come up. So Pro racers will take you to the staging lanes right now for your first round of competition. And as things go, of course, if you win, I will call you back for round 2, not necessarily right away, but keep your ear to the FM radio 90.9 or to the PA, and we'll call racers back accordingly. Once we run Pro and get them set, I will call Street. And then after Street runs, we will call Super Pro. Then from that, we will probably call Street again. So just to give you kind of a heads up on how the run order is going to work. We're making the first call to staging right now, staging lanes 1 and 2, Pro cars. We'll take Pro cars to staging lanes 1 and 2. So come right on, Pro cars. Again, before we run you down the track, we'll have our invocation with Racers for Christ chaplain Chris Santerre, and then we'll do our anthems. And then we will go racing round 1. If you win, you'll come back later. I will call you back. If you lose, park your car and wait. There will be a chance for time runs after about the first 3 or 4 rounds of competition. So pro cars will take you back. Or I should say, will take you staging lanes 1 and 2. Staging lane 1 gets you in the left lane. Staging lane 2 gets you in the right lane if you have a left or right lane preference. Come right on, pro cars. Come right on. I don't know how many pro cars there are, so I won't know whether you're all there or not until round 2. So don't dawdle. Don't sit back waiting to be the last car to run. Don't be swapping lanes as you come up. If you're a pro car, come up in lanes 1 and 2. If you're not a pro car, don't come up into the lanes. Wait for your class to be called. Pulled already. Random draw for buys in case anybody's wondering. Everything was a random as far as that went on how cars pulled into the lanes. And that'll be the same thing for the next classes. Come right on, pro cars. Come right on, lanes 1 and 2. And as we fill them up, if we have to go to 3 and 4, we'll do that. Quarter mile racing, I should have explained that earlier. We are racing the quarter mile. You all know from being here who are regulars, this is a quarter mile facility and will remain so for a long, long time. So quarter mile racing, that's how you set up your dial-ins as far as that goes. final call. I'm going to make a final call for pro cars. We're in hot stage all the way through 1 and 2. Winners, when you win, you'll be called back. There will be arrows on your ticket pointing towards your side of the car, or your side of the time ticket, or the other side. If it's pointing towards your side, you are a winner. You'll return for round 2. If you're a loser, sit back and enjoy the racing action until, if you want to do some time trials, we'll do that later in the day. That's several rounds of competition from that point. So if you win, you keep going, you keep coming back, and who's ever last will win $1,000. Cash money right here at Rock Falls Raceway. Pro cars, final call. Once I see everybody in line and settled in, we're going to do our invocation and our national anthems, and we will start today's program. If I could have your attention, please. If I could have your attention, please. With us right now, Chris Santerre, going to do our invocation. If you would with us.
Let us pray. Father, as I look out over this great raceway today at Rock Falls, the word that comes to my head is wow. Lord, you have blessed us with an absolute beautiful day. This weather, this fall weather, is absolutely gorgeous, and we thank you, Lord, for getting us away from the noise of the world to come here together as a racing family, a car family, Lord, and just to have some fun. So, Jesus, thank you for the blessings. Lord, I ask for your hedge of protection upon everybody who's racing here today, Lord, every staff member and every spectator who's come to watch today, Father, that you will bless them each immensely, Lord. Let us be humble in our hearts to know that we have men and women in the armed forces and people on the streets that protect us every day, that allow us to have this great freedom to be able to do this wonderful sport of racing. And just we thank you for the staff of Rock Falls. We thank you for all the sponsors that made this happen today. We are just grateful. In your holy name, I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Chris, and amen to that. God bless America. Now for our anthems. And now, if you are able, please our caps for the playing of our national anthem. And now let's go racing. Mopar Showdown, round 1 pro coming up right now. Usually brings a tear to this announcer's eye whenever Mopars race each other, because that means somebody's got to lose. But hey, today is a day to celebrate everything Mopar. One Mopar loses, one Mopar wins. You see dial-ins up on the board. This is bracket racing, handicap style racing. The slower car will leave first. Faster car will chase. Whoever gets to the finish line first without going underneath that predicted elapsed time that you see on the scoreboard will be your winner. If they go under that, that's called a breakout. Whoever breaks out will lose unless both drivers break out. Then whoever breaks out by the least amount will be your winner. That is a quick description of how eliminations are going to go. You win the round, you wait till the next round, you come back and you keep winning. At the end of all this, we'll have $3,000 winners. First pair coming up, Jeff Hasty, left side, 72 Demon, dials up 10.05. He's going to get chased. He's going to get a baby head start from Larry Curtis. Larry Curtis dialed 974 in the 70 Cuda in the right lane. I'm just excited. And nothing but Mopars all day long. I live for this event. I hope it is here for many, many years. Both drivers are in. Pair of green lights. Big reaction time advantage going to the Demon. If he doesn't break out, he's going to win. But he does break out and hands the win back over to Larry Curtis. He had an extremely good light, 17 green. Larry Curtis missed it on the tree, was 1.100. Hasty gets there first by 1/10 of a second, breaks out by 6 measly thou, hands the win back over to Larry Curtis. Larry Curtis receives a big break, round 1 here. Noel Loftus, Bloomer, Wisconsin, 63 Dart, dial 1228, going to get chased by Mark Morris. Right side in the 20 Challenger Scat Pack. Off they go. Pair of green lights. My computer screen displays reaction time, so I know who has the advantage. This time, Noel has the advantage, turns it into a win. Going 12:35 on the 12:28, gets there by over 1/10 as Morris was tardy on the tree and 700ths over the dial. Next pair, Tim Freeze, left side, 10:32 in the wagon. Right side, Denny Burl in that 67 Coronet supercharged. Off they go. Burl goes red. Freeze is green. Freeze will be your winner. You see the W on before he even gets to the finish line. He runs it through, goes 12 thou over. Thank you again, Chris, for that beautiful invocation and reminding us to celebrate the day and the freedoms we have in this country. Greatest country on earth. Craig Billings, left side, 1120 in his 69 Coronet. Eugene Ritchie, 1122 in the 92 Dakota, right side. Off they go. Red light by Billings, hands the win over to Ritchie. Ritchie in the Dakota will advance. He missed it on the tree, but hey, somebody went red. It's nice to get a break, and he is saved moving on into round 2. John Resch now, left side, 1050, his dial. Don Rask, 1117 in the 84 Daytona, right side. Resch driving the 66 Coronet in that left lane. Resch goes red, hands the win over to Rask. Rask a little tardy on the tree, but again, it's nice to catch a break. Drives it out. Both drivers break out. Breakouts don't matter. Whoever red lit first is the one who's going to be the loser. Steven Glubke, 10 flat the dial, left side in his 64 Dodge. Paul Sabamura, right side in that A990 65 Belvedere. 1031 his dial. Couple of red race cars. You know I like them red, and you know I like the Mopars. It doesn't get much better than this. Off they go.
Best light of elimination so far, Sabamura goes 003. Will take the win, going 34 thou over the dial for a 37 package. Glubke let go 59 in the tree, and we call that being locked out. He had no way of winning that as his reaction time was slower than his opponent's total package. Randy Compson now, 70 Challenger left side, 961 the dial. Don Giesecke, 11 flat the dial, right side, couple of E-bodies matching up here. Off they go. 1/10 of a second between them in reaction time, favoring Giesecke. He should turn this into a win, and he does. Goes 11-10 on the 11 flat dial. Gets behind a thou. Randy Compson had a chance. Breaks out a thou, taking a thou. Had 4-10 thou to play with. Really too close to call for him, but Giesecke takes the win, moving on from that right side. Jim Lambrick now, Uncle Jim, left side, dials up 11-19, going to get chased by Tank Bees. Bees dialed 1066 in his 73 Duster over here right side. Nice wheelie by Bees, but he goes red in doing that. Lambrick, 37 green, moving on to the next round on that 11-19 dial, goes 11-21 with a 1. Next pair coming out, Mike Schatz, left side in that 64 Plymouth. Belvedere, dialed in 1099, going to get a decent-sized head start from Jason Juneman, dialed 9 flat in that 68 Dart. Nitrous assisted. Juneman out of Rudolph, Wisconsin. Both drivers in and stage. Tree comes down. Both go red. True start not in effect. Juneman will be your winner. 004 red is much better than 094 red. Right side moves on. Doug Mertinke, 1038. Left side, Jim Passo, 1025. Right side, 73 Satellite. Mertinke's in that 71 Duster. For those of you knowing your history here at Rock Falls, I believe Mertinke is driving the old Snapper Jaws car. 14 thou separate him at the hit. Neither light very good, but Doug Mertinke will take the win, going 17 thou over as Passau gets there first by 21 thou, breaks it out by 28 thou. Had 7 thou to work with. Mertinke moves on. Chris Antfang now, 925 the dial in his 70 Cuda. Left side, Jag Schottenbauer, 979 the dial in that 71 Charger RT in the right lane. Schottenbauer out of Princeton, Minnesota, and Fang out of Prescott, Wisconsin, resides in Florida during the winter. A couple of seasoned bracket racers on the starting line right now. Nice wheel stand by Schottenbauer. Reaction times very good, very close together. Only 5 thou separate them. Give the win to Schottenbauer. 26 dead 1. Locks out Anfang. 27 total for Schottenbauer. Anfang let go 31, which is a good light. Breaks it out 3 thou. Still ends up 1 thou behind in the closest race of the day so far. That's incredible. Bill Sievert now left side in that 80 Cordoba. Dials up a 1050. Bob Peterson right side dialed 967 in the wheel standing Dart. "70-foot wheelie by the Dart, but he goes red in doing so. Bill Sievert going to move on. 31 green on that 1050. He'll go 41 thou under. Breakouts don't matter once somebody red lights. Russ Barron's now 975. left side. Brian Schottenbauer, 1080, right side. So we made the final call for Pro ET in a short amount of time. I'm going to give Street a call to the staging lanes. Give me about 5 minutes. Street cars before you start coming up. Pair of green lights separated by only 10 thou. Anybody's race. Advantage going to Barons in that left lane in his Belvedere, but he can't convert. He breaks it out 10 thou as Brian Schottenbauer goes 29 dead 4, we call it, right on the dial in with a 4. 31 total gets a job done. Sorry, I don't have a name in the left lane. Dial 10 flat. But he lets go perfect. In complete control, Luke Arntz, little tardy on the tree, is in big trouble on his 1091 dial. And he can't get it done on the double breakout. Give the win to the Dart in the left lane. We'll get a name on that later. Chris Schwartz, left side, 1266 in his 73 Dart Swinger. Going to get chased by Owen Walbillig. Walbillig out of Cloquet, Minnesota in the 67 Coronet. Dialed 1141. Walbillig in trouble. Better reaction time going to Schwartz. And give him the win, running 300ths over, taking almost 3/10. Walbillig missed it on the tree and little off the dial. Connor Tufty now. Left side, 10 flat the dial for the 71 Demon. Nick Eklund in the 70 Dart, right side dial, 1076. Eklund out of Isle, Minnesota. On the shores of Lake Mille Lacs. Eklund goes red. Connor Tufty, 78 green. That's good enough for the win. And give the win to Tufty as also he was green. He runs dead on with a 2. Dead on with a 2. Excellent prediction and execution of running on your dial-in. Clint Miller now, 1001 the dial, left side. Jeff Danielson, 9 flat the dial. In the right lane, Danielson goes red, hands the win over to Miller. Miller in his 74 Duster runs 800ths over the dial after going 093 green, but will take the win as Danielson goes red and runs it out to go 904 on that 9 flat dial. Patrick Cage, left side, 11 flat the dial in his 63 Plymouth. Tom Hoffman, right side, 1064 in his 63 Sport Fury. Off they go. Hoffman with the big starting line advantage will probably turn this into a win. He's very experienced. He does take the win, moving on to the next round. Hoffman out of Lake Elmo, Minnesota. Moving on to round 2. Dave Adams now left side, 1109 the dial in his 72 Challenger. Right side, Jerry, I don't have a name there. I can read the car, I can't read the last name. Jerry is dialed 1020, right side. And Jerry goes 74 red. Adams hits it pretty good, 22 green. On the 1109, we'll go 1105 with a 2. Breaks it out, but doesn't matter, as Jerry had gone red already in that right lane. John Platt, left side, 1120 the dial. Allie Tufty, right side, 1020 the dial. In the 69 Dart, right side. Dart Swinger at that. So I don't know what we got in the staging lanes back there, but I'm about to call Street.
So I'm hoping those are pro cars that need to run, or else they're street cars that are here way too early. One of the two. I don't know which. Our staging guys will straighten that out. Give the win to John Plackey, as Tufty went 26 red, Plackey 46 green. Both of them break it out on the other end. Now, left side, 10-12 the dial. Jim Kroger, 10 flat over here, right side. Kroger out of Sparta, Wisconsin in his 64 Dodge Polara, I think. $63 to a 78 on reaction times. Give the 63 to Jim Kroger, right side. But on the double breakout, give the win to Mike Plackey. He breaks it out by only 3 thou as Kroger runs down there, breaks it out by 8 thou. Difference in breakout, 5 thou, and that's your determining factor. When both cars break out, whoever breaks out the least, Mike Plackey moves on. Barry Arntz, 1086 left side. Russ Kramer, 1049 right side. I will take Street. This is your call to staging for round 1. Street, come right on. Staging lanes 1 and 2, and as we fill them up, we'll fill you up in 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 if we have to. Street, come right on to staging lanes 1 and 2 for your first round of competition. Give the win to Russ Kramer. He goes 1061 on his 1049 dial at 117 miles an hour, taking the win as his opponent broke out. Alan Buska, 1270 left side. Dave Emke, right side, dial 1054. Buska has a gigantic reaction time advantage, almost 0.2 of a second. He should turn this into a win, but he breaks out and hands the win over to Dave Emke. Emke completely missed it on the tree, goes 47 over. Buska was 009 green, runs on down there and breaks it out 37 thou, taking almost 0.3 win stripe. Brent S. now left side, 69 Super B, dials 1080 right side. Scott Kelly, 1124 in his 68 Roadrunner. Off they go. Brent S. goes red, hands the win over to Scott Kelly. Kelly goes 31 green. Let's see what he can do with that 11. He'll go under, and he does. 22 thou under, but by virtue of the red light, we'll move on to round 2. Matt Martin now left side in his 68 Dart. Dials a 968. Heather Martin, right side, dialed 951 in the 23 Challenger. I think that's a Demon. That is a Demon. Off they go. Oh, Matt Martin had a big advantage, but the car didn't shift. He had to pedal it while he shifted. Let Heather drive on by and drive into the winner's circle for that round. Heather Martin moving on to round 2. Willie Torkelly out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. That might be our long distance award winner right there. 93 Dakota Sport, dialed 1235. Going to get chased by Gary Schmidt. Schmidt in his 70 Barracuda out of Montello, Wisconsin. Never heard of that one. Again, Schmidt dialed 998 right side here in that 70 Barracuda. This is unique. Stay away. Let him figure it out. And he will take the loss. Gary Schmidt creeped, but he didn't creep out of the beams. His green light came on, and that was the end of it. Couldn't make the pass. Willie Torkelly, if he broke out, would have handed the win back over to Jerry Schmidt. But it doesn't work that way, and that's going to be the end of competition for Jerry in that class today. Hopefully nothing severely broken, but the car died. He couldn't get it refired, something like that. Anyways, Torkelly moving on in the 93 Dakota Sport.
out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. I know it's an 8-hour drive or better to get down here from there. We used to have a lot of racers come down from Thunder Bay. Not so much anymore. So Jacob Euler is going to be our buy car, random buy pick. He's out of Nerstrand, Minnesota. That's 74 Duster 360. He's dialed up 1131. Once we get everything cleared out, we're going to turn him loose, and that's going to be the last car down the track for Pro. Street is coming into the lanes. We're getting close to filling up lanes 1 and 2. If we still have more cars, we're going to put you in lanes 3 and 4, Street competitors. So keep coming, Street, keep coming. Let's fill those lanes up. Want to remind everybody going on right now, Claudia Abel, Miss Direct Connection 1984, is in the special exhibit tent right next to the Quarter Mile Cafe and doing a autograph and photo session. So join Claudia and get your pictures taken there and get your selfies, whatever else you want to get. And here comes the final car in Pro. Again, Jacob Euler going to take the bye and move on into round 2. Oh, we got a call out for you, Steve. Hour on his way to round 2. He'll be back.
Really cool. And a pretty good performance by the Duster. 11:27 at 117.
So we're filling up cars with Street. We're moving them forward. So Super Pro, you're on deck, but we have a lot of Street cars to get through. Final call for Street. Final call for Street. So if you're in Street, get on up here in the lanes. We'll sort you out. We'll get you pointed in the right direction. Once again, final call for Street. Final call for Street competitors. Come on up. We've still got a bunch of them coming into the lanes. Fantastic turnout today, Street. Come on up for your first round of competition. You'll be pulling into lanes 3 and 4. We have our staging director back there helping us out. Dial-ins we need on the right side of your windows so we can read that stuff, get it into the computer. And sounds like we're doing burnouts and we're going to start running. So final call, Street. You're running down the track as we speak, so you should be in the lanes. Sherry Billings and Aaron Hoey, first pair to go down the track. 18 Demon for Hoey in the right side. 71 Dart for Billings left side. Give the win to Hoey. Had the better of the two reaction times, runs 21 thou over, gets there by 3/10. Aaron Hoey moving on. Jason Bjork now 970 in the 17 Challenger Demon, I'm going to say. Brandon Hoey. 1071 right side in the 15 Challenger. Brandon's in control, and he'll take the win. Had the better reaction time, ran closer to the dial. Brandon Hoey moving on. Joey Heimer now 19 Challenger, left side. George Melling, right side. Out of Pecatonica, Illinois. Now that's a drive too. I know where that is. He's dialed 1320 right side, and that is a unique engine combination he's got on there. Having a little trouble getting going. He went red, left too early, tried to slow down, stop. Anyways, win is going to go to Joey Heimer in that left lane in his Challenger. Runs it on out, breaks it out by a 10th, but doesn't matter as the red light already determined the winner of that round. If you have a winning slip, just go back to the lanes and wait, or go back to your pits and wait. We'll be calling you again for round 2. If you have a losing time ticket, sit back in the pits, and you'll have a chance to run some time trials later today. Zane Corman, left side, 1227, going to be chasing down Caleb Eicholtz. Eicholtz out of Shakopee, Minnesota, in the 06 Dodge Magnum. Reaction time advantage going to Corman, and on the double breakout, we'll turn it into a win. Both drivers out by a bunch, breaking out by 12 thou less. Zane Corman, left side, moves on. Michael M. Regular competitor out here. I can't come up with his last name off the top of my head. Dial 1207, left side. Hector Ramnew in the 09 Jeep, dial 985 Trackhawk, or some highly modified version of a Gen 3 Hemi. Dial 985, and he'll take the win. Goes a 10th over the dial as Michael Mazinski, that's who that is. Michael Mazinski breaks it out, taking 3/10 stripe. Gets there by 2 car lengths, breaks it out by just a little bit. Jake Belfier, right side, 990 the dial. Jamie Kading, 1333 right side in his 71 Plymouth Duster. Belfier in the 08 SRT8 Jeep, again highly modified. Breaks it out by 4 thou. Still was 3/10 behind as he really missed it on the tree. Reaction time is usually a big factor in bracket racing. Kading had the better reaction time, did not break it out, got there by 3/10 for the win. John Lavelle now left side, 1390 the dial. Jim Perrin, 1151 right side in the 66 Charger. Off they go. Lavelle in control, has over a 10th to work with and reaction time advantage. If he doesn't break out, he'll turn it into a win. Oh, and he just misses. Gets 39 thou behind, hands the win back over to Jim Perrin. Perrin will move on from the right lane in that Charger. Steve Flan now, 20 Jeep. Grand Cherokee. Getting chased by Jeff Renardi. Renardi in the 17 Hellcat had the advantage on the starting line. Looks like he's out in front. Regulates the finish line like a pro. Will take the win. Jeff Ball now left side. Brandon Michelson right side. Michelson dialed 1370. That's 74 Plymouth Roadrunner. Off they go, give the win to Michelson in the Roadrunner right side as Jeff Ball goes 8 measly thou red in his 16 Charger. Both drivers break it out, but no matter, as Ball had gone red. Jay Melling, 1369 in the 69 Roadrunner left side. Billy Euler 1265 the dial in his 72 Duster right side. Off they go.
We need to read these door prize winners. I don't know if we're getting close to an intermission here or.
We'll get it at the end of this session.
One other quick thing, Joe. The
Taking the win that last pass, Merrick breaks it out. Trenton Glunz, 1481 the dial in his Ram. Must have broke his Jeep earlier, so he hopped in the tow vehicle. Dan Smith dials 12 flat, right side in his 70 Challenger. Green is good enough to get it done. He runs it out and goes 25 thou over the dial. Gets there by almost a tenth and a half for the win. Dave Bobart, or Bobbart, 66 Coronet. I think it's Bobart. Super clean, 66 Coronet. Big block power, a couple of 4 barrels under the hood. Dials up 12 flat. Going to get chased by Richard Shalene. Shalene, probably from Shalene Performance, Twin Cities area. I think out of Hugo. He's from Stacy, Minnesota, dials 1088 and that 68 Dart. Had the better reaction time, should take the win, even though he spun like crazy off the starting line, and he does. Dan Moore, 1309. Left side. Cole Larson, 1165, right side. Better reaction time went to Dan Moore, and he'll take the win. Chris Schwartz now. Double entries. A lot of drivers double entering, either in Street and Pro or Pro and Super Pro. Chris Schwartz electing to double enter in Street and Pro. He's dialed 1264, left side. Don Burrell, 1140, right side in the 09 Charger. Burrell having trouble getting off the starting line. Very slow pace. Long as Schwartz doesn't break out, he'll win. He should look over his shoulder and see that. He does. Slows down, takes the win, as Burrell will take the parade lap going down the track, having trouble getting off the starting line. I don't know if there's something wrong with the car, or sometimes frustration sets in drag racing, and you just end up going slowly down the track in your frustration. Back under his own power, and we'll get back to racing here right now. Dave Dahl, 1215 the dial, left side in the 73 Duster. Dennis Adams, 1312 the dial, right side in his 72 Plymouth. I can't see it yet, but he's out of Albert Lee. I'm going to guess it's a Duster. It is Duster on Duster crime. This is interesting. Hammy power Duster, left side. And I don't know what's under the hood of this thing, but it is pretty fast for what it looks like.
for Dennis Adams in the sleeper duster over here right. Hunk of dirt falls off the car after he leaves the starting line. What a true sleeper. He'll take the win as Dave Dahl goes red. Left side, 1065 the dial, and that's 64 Plymouth. I'm sorry, left side, Chris Leonard right side in that, I call it very rare, super looking car. I like this body style from back in the day. 1240 the dial for the Roadrunner. 77 version. Out of Dayton, Minnesota. Better reaction time going to Kirshner. I hear him off the throttle. He'll take the win going 300 over the dial, taking 78 thou at the finish line. Jeff Matz, left side, 71 Plymouth out of Dassel, Minnesota, dials up 1135. Brandon Check, the 74 Dart Sport. Right side, dial 1271. Off they go. Anybody in the Jeff Matz pit may want to check the gas cap on that CUDA. A lot of fuel coming out of that thing off the starting line. As Czech has a great reaction time, 007. We call that Bond. He runs 73 over, gets there second by a tenth as Matz breaks it out by a tenth. Czech moving on from the right lane in the Dart Sport. Darren Kells, left side in the 79 Dodge D100. Brake goes red, hands the win over to Jesse Burr. Burr out of Minnetonka, Minnesota in the 86 Turbo GLH. Takes the win, 1264 on the 1245. 109 miles an hour. Got to be just a blast to drive that car. Cameron, I'm sorry, Cameron. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that last name. In the 69 GTX, left side, dials 1204. Sheldon Lee, right side, out of Le Sueur, Minnesota, dials 1113. In the 68 Valiant. And give the win to Cameron, left side. Side, 1260 the dial. Nick Bredimus, right side, in the 71 CUDA. Better of the two reaction times going to Nick. Turns it into a win, running less than a tenth over, getting there by 50 thou for the win. Kolatz went down there and broke it out by a bunch, still ended up behind due to the tardy reaction time. Jason Kundinger, 11 flat. Left side. Jimmy D, 1325 right side. Both drivers go red. True start in effect. The least amount of red going to Jimmy D, right side. He'll take the win to only 33 red as Kundinger left almost before the tree was activated. Robbie Ferguson now left side, 1332 in his 10 Charger. Dustin Bernard in his 04 Dodge Neon Turbo dials up 14 flat, and he is in trouble. Way behind already. Not going to be able to make up the distance. The only chance he hopes for is Ferguson breaks out, and Ferguson obliges and breaks it out by almost 3/10, giving the win back to Dustin Bernard, who was 3.5 seconds behind at the finish line. That is bracket racing. Mark Dewey now dials up at 1260. Left side, Trenton Glums, 1290 right side, and we might have something on the track. We're going to go take a look. So with a break in the action, we've had a drawing, and in my hand I hold some winning numbers from that drawing. Do we know what this is for, Steve?
This is the door prize for the drag race and show car entries. Your red door prize ticket. These are the last three digits. You can go claim your prize at the registration tent at the end of the show car field.
Yep.
So
Yep. Perfect.
that's all there is to it.
So we've had a drawing for those coupons that were on your tech cards. Participants, I have in my hand winning numbers. These are the last three digits of what those sticker or those tickets were. So if your ticket number is listed here, you have won a prize, and you can claim that prize at the show car registration tent on the far end here of the first section. Start here, ticket number, last three digits, 019, 003, 004, 006, 007, 037, 018, 009, 022, 039, 043, and 047. You are all prize winners. You can claim that prize at that registration tent. These numbers again very, very quickly. So if these are the last three digits on your coupon that was on your tech card or you got with your show car entry, 019, 003, 004, 006, 007, 037, 018, 009, 022, 039, 043, and 047. You've all won prizes. Make sure you claim them at the registration tent for the show cars down at the end of the section in the tent down there. And off we go. Mark Dewey taking that last round, goes green as Trenton Glums out of Fridley, Minnesota, my hometown, went red and handed the win over. Jarrett Juneman now 1255 in the D100 pickup left side. Jeff Potasic right side in the 14 Charger. Off they go. Separated by only 6 thou, anybody's race. Who's going to get there first and not break out? Maybe neither. They might both break out. Let's see what happens. We do have a double breakout. Give that win to Jared Juneman in the D100 pickup left side. Breaks out by 53 thou less than Potasic. Potasic really going fast on that pass. Jacob Whaler in the Scat Pack left side. 23 Challenger. Glenn Moe right side out of Monticello, Minnesota. And the 72 Plymouth Roadrunner, unfortunately, goes 3 stinking thou red, hands the win over to Jacob in that left lane. Mo, again, has been the owner of that car since he was 16 years old, that 72 Roadrunner that went down the right side. Becky Resch, 1385 the dial. Left side, Becky out of Ellsworth, Wisconsin. And yes, no coincidence, we do serve Ellsworth cheese curds here at Rock Falls Raceway at the Quarter Mile Cafe. Right side, John Offerdahl out of Coon Rapids, Minnesota in the 69 Roadrunner. Dialed 1690. Give the win to Becky Resch. Runs a 10th over the dial. Is 3/10 behind as Offerdahl breaks it out by almost a second. Holy cow. 1609 on that 1690 dial. Jerome Birch, 1040 the dial left side in the 23 Demon. Doug Greenhaw, right side dial 13 flat. Got the window partially down. And is in good shape to take the win as Jerome Birch was very tardy off the line. And Greenhaw will take the win. I guess Birch didn't get staged. Something weird happened there, but gave the win to Doug Greenhaw right side. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. I'll take you to the staging lanes. Super Pro, come right on. Staging lanes 1 and 2, and if we need to move you over to 3 and 4, we will. But Super Pro, this is your call to staging for round 1. Heads up right here, 1150 the dial for both trucks. Austin Juneman, left side, Clayton Kais, right side. Juneman gets there first, runs 11:51 with a 1, gets there by a tenth as Clayton was a little off the dial. He had the better reaction time but couldn't run the number. Left side dial 12 flat. Right side, Chad Bednar going to take the win as he is way green out of Clayton, Wisconsin in that 67 Belvedere on the 12 flat dial. 69 thou under. Jake Bold now left side, 1220 the dial. Right side, no name. That's too bad. Oh, I know who that, well, I knew who this was. 15 flat the dial in the 70 CUDA, 383 cubic inch. Off they go. Reaction time advantage favoring the 68 corner net in the left lane. They'll turn that into a win. Runs way off the dial as the CUDA got there by a mile and broke it out by a mile. Is that the last pair? Up the lanes with Super Pro cars, as far as I know. Well, we got some time. I'm going to run through our winners again. These are our door prize winners. So you check that coupon that was on your that you saved from your tickets. On that ticket, the last 3 digits, I will read those off. If those match up with your last 3 digits, you have won a door prize. You can claim that at the registration tent for the show field over closest the tent to the show field. So here we go. I'll run through these fairly quick. Last 3 digits of the winning tickets are 019, 003, 004, 006, 007, 037, 018, 009, 022, 039, 043, and 047. Those are you've won a door prize if I read off the last 3 digits on your ticket, so you can head over there to the registration tent for the show car area and claim your prize. Who knows what you won? Something good, I guarantee that. All right, so guess what? I got about 50 more winners of door prizes to read off. So if I didn't read your number off, get your ticket back out. I'm probably going to read it off because I got like 70 winners here. So here we go. I'm going to read these numbers off. You've won a prize. 142, 132, 244, 358, 193, 380, 100, 019, 055, 088, 127, 194, 156, 139, 133, 024, 309, 053, 240, 304, 099, 297, 337, 335, 151, 342, 293, 090, 093, 226, 184, 230, 332, 283, 353, 338, 025, 265, 203, 292, 297, 294, 266, 359, 232, 143, 268, 176, 087, 273, 372, 285, 110, 190, 052, 116, 138, 131, 274. Those are your winning numbers. I hope this is posted somewhere for those of you who may not have heard that. And you can head on down and claim your prize. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. Final call Super Pro. Street, you are on alert. I'm going to put you on alert because you're going to be the next ones that I call up here. Winners of Street. winners only for street. I'll be calling you up next, but wait till I call you. You are on alert, street. Here comes Super Pro. These are usually the fastest cars on the property. They utilize electronics in their starting line assist, which usually includes a delay box, so they can let go or react to the top bulb, which is a more consistent way of releasing the transmission brake apparatus. And then they have a timer that times out when it releases the car to go. That usually ends up in better reaction times and more consistent reaction times. Matt Martin dials 968. Left side, Greg Anderson, 866. Right side. But just because they have reaction time assistance doesn't mean they have to use it. And a lot of cars don't necessarily have delay boxes in them. Give the win to Matt Martin, 146 green and 36 thou over takes the win, as Anderson was 144 green and 22 thou under for the loss.
John Plackey now, 11-12 left side. Brian Schottenbauer, 1080 right side. You'll see a lot of these cars also ran in Pro, and they double entered. They're out running in Super Pro, doubling their chances of winning $1,000 here today at Rock Falls Raceway. 38-44, 6,000 advantage going to the Dakota pickup of John Plackey. He turns it into a win, going 68,000 over, taking 22,000 at the stripe. Jeff Danielson now 9 flat in that 68 Roadrunner. Here the RPMs go sky high before he drops the clutch, sends it through the gears. Tom Shannon, right side, goes red, hands the win over to Danielson. Danielson 35 green, pretty good. And on that 9 flat dial, he will go 9.05 with an 8, taking the win. Shorty goes 16,000 over, but 63,000 red, ends his day in that entry. Dave Emke, 1058 left side in the 71 Demon. Doug Mertinke right side, 1037 in the 71 Duster. Dodge versus Plymouth on the starting line. Couple of big block powered cars. Everybody's checking everything out. Usually staging battle happens after both cars are pre-staged. Now these guys don't even want to pre-stage, so that's a new twist on this. Here we go. Now we're getting close. Both cars are in. Tree goes down. Off they go. Emke goes 4 stinking thou red. Only 4 thou red. Put the car in what? Less than a quarter of an inch too deep maybe, or just left early. Mertinke will take the win, 69 green. And as he runs it on down, breaks it out 2 thou on his way to the next round, round 2. Allie Tufty now, left side, 1016 the dial. Larry Curtis, 974 right side. Off they go. Curtis has the reaction time advantage by 60 thou. Turns it into a win. 35 green and 65 thou over. Gets there 37 thou. He's looking over his shoulder, actually coming up behind the guy and getting ahead of him and then slowing down to regulate that finish line forward. Coming up now, Jordan Ports. Jordan does the burnout in the rear engine dragster. Mopar powered. You don't see a lot of these. I know of maybe 5 in the nation, of which I own one. 95 hardtail. Dialed up 8 flat. Tank B's out of Stacy, Minnesota. 73 Duster in the right lane, going to get over a 2.5 second head start. That's going to put him out there, let's say about 200 feet. And then the dragster will take chase. Nice wheelie by Beast. That is a nice leaving car. And on reaction time, negligible. Separated by 1 thou. On the double breakout, give the win to Jordan Ports. She breaks it out 13 thou as Beast breaks it out a bunch. 33 thou more in breakout. So we'll call that 46 thou he breaks it out by, giving the win to Jordan. Jordan moving on in the dragster. Luke Arntz now, 1086 left side. Nick Eklund, 1070 right side. Pair of darts, 69 dart, 70 dart. Off they go. Green lights a pair. Separated by 14 thou. 24 thou. Give the win to the better reaction time. Luke Arntz on the double breakout. He breaks it out 17 thou less than Nick Eklund. Taken 8 thou at the stripe. Barry Arntz now 1084 the dial left side, and his 60. Wow. Jake Schottenbauer over here right side in that 71 Charger RT, dialed 979. I just can't get enough of this car. Gorgeous looking car. Got the rod shop paint on it from back in the day when this car was maybe raced in pro stock, super stock for sure. Nice wheel stand out of Schottenbauer. He'll take the win. 23 green's good enough as Arnst goes 50 red. All right, Street round two, that are winners from round one. I'll take you to the lanes. Street, I'll take you to the lanes for round two. Jim Lambrecht now left side, 1121 in the 66 Charger. Been racing that car 30-plus years. Chris Anfang over here right side, 924 the dial. Had a 71 Demon, raced it for 35 years or better. Now also has a 70 Cuda. That's what he's racing now. He dials up 924 and then goes 15 red. Hands the win over to Lambrecht. Lambrecht 25 green. On the 1121 will go, lifts out of the throttle, coasts across the finish line, saving parts for next round. Anfang runs it out, and we say red and dead. Anfang shows us how. He goes 15 red, then runs dead on with a 1. That's the unfortunate part. Whenever you go red, it seems like you see more people run dead on. I don't know why. Mark Morris, 20 Challenger, left side, dialed 1109. Steve Glubke, 10 flat, right side in that Nostalgia Superstock, 64 Dodge. Both the way with green light starts, Glubke has a huge reaction time advantage and has the knowledge how to regulate the finish line and does so for the win. He runs 25 over after going 24 green. That's, we'll call that 49 total. Mark Morris let go 140, was locked out, had no chance of winning that race. Mike Plackey now, 1013 the dial left side. Scott Kelly, 1122 right side. Kelly won his first round in pro. Let's see what he can do in Super Pro as he regularly double enters both Pro and Super Pro wherever he goes racing in his 68 Roadrunner. Shock Therapy, the name on the side of that Roadrunner. Couple of great lights, 002 to an 11, 9th hour advantage going to Plackey, and that's usually enough for Plackey to turn that into a win, and he does. Runs dead on with a 7, goes 9 total, locks out Kelly, who let go 11, also was dead on, ends up 11th thou, and you just, that racing is bad. That's all there is to that. You lay down a good lap, and you're out. Plackey with a spectacular lap gets it done. 9 total, moving on to round 2.
Crazy good.
That's why we say drag racing's stupid. Like, you do everything right and you still don't win sometimes.
Oh, yeah, 9 total.
Oh. That's pulling into the lanes wrong. That's the other way we say. Yeah, absolutely. So I've called street winners. So if you look at your time slip and the win arrows point to your side of the ticket, you are a winner. I'm taking you up to the lanes right now, and that's going to put Pro on alert for us. I'm going to make a final call for round 1 winners for street. Final call, round 1 winners for street. Pro, you are on alert. So Super Pro, just to let you know, you're going to sit out the next round. We're trying to line up car numbers with the amount of cars left. So we're going to run street, then pro, street, then pro. Then we'll go back to the 3 group rotation. So Super Pro, if you want to cook a hamburger, you got time to do it back in the pits. You're going to sit out a round before we call you back. I just got word from staging directors that we're missing 4 or 5 cars for street. So final call, street. Final call. Let's get them up here. We know how many cars are coming back because you've all won round 1. So we have run sheets with the numbers on them. We know how. We don't want to look through all those cars and call individual numbers, but we're waiting to fill that number before we start sending any cars down the track for round 2. And it's not a horrible day out there by any means. What a fantastic day to be at the racetrack for such an event. What a fantastic day. While we're doing that, I'm going to do this one more time before my voice gives out completely. Listen up. These are 3-digit numbers on your coupon tickets. If I read this number off, you've won something. You need to go to the registration tent for the car show and claim your door prize. Here we go. There's about 75 numbers coming at you. So get your ticket out, get your coupon out, or else, you don't want to write all these down. Just get your ticket out of your pocket and listen. 142, 132, 244, 358, 193, 380, 100, 019, 055, 003, 004, 006, 088, 127, 194, 007, 037, 156, 139, 133, 024, 309, 053, 240, 304, 099, 297, 337, 325, 151, 342, 018, 293, 090, 093, 226, 184, 230, 332, 283, 009, 353, 338, 022, 025, 039, 265, 203, 292, 277, 294, 266, 359, 232, 143, 268, 176, 087, 273, 372, 285, 110, 190, 043, 052, 116, 047, 138, 131, 274. That's it. If those are the last 3 digits on your red ticket, you have won a door prize. Again, go down to the registration tent for the car show down at the end of the first section here, the furthest east tent you can see. Claim your prize and thank Dan Grawl and anybody else on his staff for having, 100 door prizes to give away? Holy moly. And while you're down there, buy your raffle ticket, your $50 raffle ticket for the Hell Crate motor. Buy 2, you get 1 for $50. I guarantee they'll give you 2 tickets for $100. So get on down there and get that all taken care of. It is a special. 1 ticket for $50, 2 for $100, and I'm guessing you can get 10 for $500, which is still
Still a great price to win a Hellcrate motor. $500 to do that. Awesome. All right, street class, we are beyond. Street class, we are beyond final call. You are coming out right now, so if you won and you're not in the lanes, you stand a good chance of missing that round. So once again, for those of you who might be listening or not listening, Super Pro is going to sit around out. So Super Pro, you are going to sit around out because you have less cars than everyone else, and we're trying to line up the numbers of cars with each other. So I am going to go Street Pro, Street Pro. That's going to be the next classes down before Super Pro is called. So if you're in Super Pro only, you can stand down, like I say, get a shrimp on the Barbie or a burger, hot dog, brat. You know how to work it. Joey Heimer now, left side, 1025 in his 19 Challenger NASCAR supercar. Jacob Waller, might be a Euler. 1204 the dial, right side in his 23 Challenger. Off they go, a pair of green lights, not separated by a lot. Give the win to Joey Heimer. 93 green and 34th thou over. Gets there by just under a tenth of a second for the win. Terry Kirchner
left side, and that's 64 Plymouth out of Andover, Minnesota. Dials up a 1060. Dan Smith, right side, 1191 in that 70 Challenger. Gorgeous car. A lot of cool iron out here. Give the win to Smith as Kirchner goes 14 red. Smith, 58 green, goes on down there and breaks it out by 4 hundredths. Jay Melling now, left side, and that 69 Roadrunner. We'll say he's mid-restoration on it. Looks like he could use a little rear quarter work. Dials up a 1369. Jamie Kading, 1333, right side, in his trusty 71 Plymouth Duster. Off they go. Kading in control. He knows that right now. He's in the lead. If he regulates the finish line, doesn't break out, he's going to win, and he does. Runs 59 thou over, taking 63 thou, which is a little over a fender, maybe a fender and a half, for the win. Dan Moore now, 1313, the dial left side. Jim Perrin, 1151 right side. Cuda versus Charger. Off they go. Dan Moore is in control. 006 green. Perrin was 088 green. He's in trouble. On the double breakout, though, he will take the win, which sometimes is how it happens. When you have the better light and it's a double breakout, and you take stripe by more than what the difference in reaction time is, you come out on the losing end, which is exactly what happened to Dan Moore. Jim Perrin moving on, breaking out by 47 thou less than Dan Moore. Dennis Adams, left side. Boy, this looks like the broken down race of the weekend. Chris Schwartz has really let that car go, but he don't care. He's out here racing with us. He has a better reaction time. He gets it done. 1270 on that 1264. Adams missed it on the tree and then went down there and broke it out. Still ended up 42 thou behind in the sleeper 72 Plymouth Duster. Zane Corman now left side. 1212 the dial. 68 Valiant. Jake Bolt, 1220 right side. Anytime you want to hop in.
Well, no, you've got it dialed in. I don't know if I could contribute anything, you know.
I don't want to hog it away.
No, I'm 100% cool.
Okay.
I like listening to you.
All right.
I've never really been at bracket racing.
Okay.
We always race heads up.
Yep.
So I'm learning a lot just hanging out.
Cool. Give the win to Zane Corman, 265 green, does not break it out. Bolt was a little bit more tardy on the tree, broke it out 34 thou for the loss. Bradley No now, or Noe? I'm going to go with Noe. We got to add a syllable there, make it sound good. He's down 1151 in that 68 Roadrunner in the left side. Mark Dewey, 1250 right side in his 69 Charger. I love the color combo, yellow and black vinyl top. Reaction time advantage going to the Charger. Looks like he's out front. As long as he doesn't break it out, he's going to win it. Oh, he got behind 69 thou as he just couldn't run the number. Runs over it, almost 2/10 over the dial. Allows Bradley Noe to get inside that for the win. Richard Shalene. I don't know why it took me this long to figure out that is Richard Shalene of Shalene Performance over there in Hugo, Minnesota. Mopar Specialist, 1088 the dial left side, and he is on his way to a victory. 009 green has Jeff Reinhardt in a bad situation, and he'll take the win. Gets there by a 10th, running a bunch over, as Reinhardt also was tardy and ran way over the dial. So Shalene moving on. Becky Resch now, teacher out of Ellsworth, Wisconsin. Dials up 14 flat in that 69 Roadrunner. Satellite, not sure. That is not a 64 Plymouth. Brandon Michelson, 1360 the dial in his 74 Roadrunner. And somebody in that Placky Resch pit can take a look at that 68 Roadrunner of Becky's and tighten the gas cap. A lot of fuel running out of that on the way down the track. And Becky will be coming back for the next round. Tardy on the tree, but runs close to the dial as Michelson was also tardy and then way off the dial. Becky gets there by 23 thou, which is half a fender for the win. Cameron now in the 69 GTX left side, dials 1209. Aaron Hoey dials 972 in the Demon right side. Breakout, give the win to Cameron, breaks it out by 1 thou, getting over a tenth behind as Aaron Hoey was 123 green and had a record run, goes 965 on the 972, and because of the breakout by a bunch more than 1 thou, Cameron will move on in that GTX. Nick Bredimus now 1240 in the 71 CUDA. I've always liked the gills on the CUDA. I think it's one of the coolest features on any muscle car. Brandon Hoey, I know that's Brandon Hoey. In the 15 Challenger right side, on down the track they go. Big reaction time advantage to Bredimus, but he cannot hold on the double breakout. He breaks it out by more than Hoey right side. Hoey moving on in that sublime Challenger. Jesse Burr now in the GLH Turbo Omni. Left side, that's 86 vintage. Jimmy D, 1290 the dial in his 15 Challenger right side. Jesse Burr getting the hang of it, but unfortunately he goes red. This might be his best lap of the day, and it's not going to matter because the win is already going to, he runs 12 thou over. That's really good on the dial-in, but going red did not help him out there at all. Jimmy D moving on, 56 green and 2/10 over the dial. Austin Junneman now in that 84 Dodge D100, big block, 4-speed. Both drivers go red, but the least red is Austin Junneman. He will take the win. And runs on down there and breaks it out to boot. But he's moving on. Jarrett Junneman now, 1250 the dial in his D100. Left side. Hector, I want to say Ramon. I know sometimes the writing that comes out on these things is super hard to distinguish. But he's over here in the right lane, dialed 985 in that 09 Jeep. And he'll take the win as Junneman goes red and hands it over to Ramon. Runs on down there and breaks it out by a bunch to boot. Dustin Bernard now 14 flat in the Turbo Neon left side. Chad Bednar 1190 right side in the 67 Belvedere. Bernard took off great, but the 1-2 gear change hurt him immensely. He's behind, and as long as Bednar doesn't break it out, he's going to win. Bednar does not break it out and does win, moving on from that right side. Brandon Check now. Looks like he's on a bye run. Is this the end of street? Off he goes. He's 63 green on that 1271. Let's see what he can do. I will take Pro to the staging lanes. Pro, come right on. Round 2 Pro. Let's go. And he goes 85 thou over on that 1271 dial, but moving on to the next round. He'll change his dial in a little bit, or maybe he let out. We'll see. I will take Pro to the staging lanes. Pro, come right on. Round 2 Pro, come right on, please. So round 1 winners in Pro round one winners in pro. We'll take you back. We'll take you back. Street, I know you just went down the track, but we're going to run pro, and then we're going to call street right back into the lanes. So get your cars cooled down and fueled up. At the end of pro, I will be calling street back for round 3. But right now, we're looking for pro. Round one winners from pro, come right on. I hear engines firing. That means Pro round 2 is coming to the starting line, pulling into the boxes of water, do their burnouts, and proceed on down the track at a high rate of speed, seeking the win to get to the next round. Don Giesecke, left side, dials up 11 flat in his 70 CUDA. Tom Hoffman over here, right side. 1064 in his trusty Sport Fury. Off they go. Give the win to Don Giesecke. He missed it on the tree, but green is better than red. Hoffman goes 31 red. And that will end his day with that entry. Giesecke, after going 157 green, runs it down, goes 600 over the dial. Noelle Loftus out of Bloomer, Wisconsin, in her 63 Dart. Taking on Christopher Schwartz. Chris dialed 1264 in his 73 Dart Swinger, 340 cubic inches of power. And Chris, I saw you in tech, and I wanted to mention this. Boy, we need a little armor all on the top, something. We need to spruce this baby up. Anyways, on down the track they go. They're only separated by 13 thou. Give the win to Chris, as he's 119 green and 55 thou over. Gets there by over 2/10. As Noel wasn't that far behind at the starting line, but couldn't run the number. Christopher Schwartz moving on. John Plackey now, 11-12, left side in that 97 Dakota. Heather Martin, 951 in the 23 Challenger Demon. Off they go. Pretty clean launch by Heather, but she went red, a lot red. Plackey going to be your winner, 31 green, and runs it through to go, 47 thou under. But he is moving on. Here comes our guy who's giving the shout out to Steve up here. Jacob Euler dials 1129 in his 74 Dart Sport. Going to get chased by Tim Freeze. Freeze dialed 1032 in that Plymouth Wagon, 63 vintage, left side. Just a nice controlled wheelie out of that wagon every time. That's gorgeous looking. Freeze is in control, has 60 thou in the bank, but can't convert, as Jacob Euler missed it on the tree, but runs dead on with a 0, taking 1 thou at the finish line. They don't get much closer than that, ladies and gentlemen. Jacob Euler moving on, taking the win in that round. Wow, that was close. Eugene Ritchie now, left side, dials 11 flat. Russ Kramer, 1054, right side. And off they go. Big reaction time advantage going to Russ Kramer. He knows that now because he's already in front of Eugene Ritchie. As long as Kramer doesn't break it out, he'll take the win. He regulates the finish line, still taking almost 2/10, going at a much slower speed, making sure he doesn't break out. Russ Kramer moving on from that right side. Dave Emke now, 71 Demon, left side. Clint Miller, 1008, right side. Couple of A bodies, 71 Demon, 74 Duster. Is that the sky roof or moon roof? What do we got going on here on the right side?
That's aftermarket.
I know it's aftermarket, but by golly, that was period correct for those years.
Yeah, they called it the pop-up sunroof.
There we go, pop-up sunroof. Clint Miller out of Union Grove, Wisconsin, has a reaction time advantage. And I'm not making fun. I just like seeing stuff from back in the day when I had a hot rod like that too. I just didn't have the guts to cut a hole in the roof. Jim Lambrick now, 66 Charger. 1119 the dial. Larry Curtis, 971 right side. Curtis in that 4-speed 70 CUDA with the Gen 3 Hemi. Off they go. Lambrick in control, has the better reaction time of the two. Turns that into a win. He's 13 and 22 thou over. 35 total. Curtis let go 74, had no chance. Doug Mertinke now left side, 1037. Jason Juneman, 896 in the right lane. I don't know if he's just got a giant motor in this dart. I saw him purging nitrous first pass, but I haven't seen him purge since. 896, awfully fast. Boy, and he's just footing it to get going. Just creeps it out of the hole. Missed it on the tree, so Mertinke in good shape to take the win, and he does. He runs 55 over after an 86 light, gets there by a 10th. And moving on. So Street, I will take you back. Street, I will take you back. Round 2 winners for Street. You can come right on to the staging lanes. Street will take you to the staging lanes. Round 2 winners will take Street back. Don Rask now 11-12 in that 84 Daytona. I really like that body style. That was popular for a while for chassis cars. Brian Schottenbauer, 1080 left side, 72 Duster. I made the comment before, has the proper scoop. The Demon Scoop, I had one of those on my 74 Dart Sport. I thought it was a very cool factory scoop to put on the car. Then they brought it back for the like 78 Roadrunners or something. The Valari Aspens, they brought that scoop back for those cars sometimes. No, if you look, you'll see pictures, and they brought that scoop back. Mopar just kept reusing stuff. Pretty cool the way they did that.
They have good stuff.
Yeah. Like, and it took me a long, I didn't know this for a long time. I might have just found this out this year, but like the Charger 500, they took the grill out of the, 68 Coronet and put that on that to make the Charger 500. And I'm like, well, that makes sense. But I didn't know that till just a couple years ago, and I just thought, man, they really did some cool stuff. Connor Tufty, left side, in his 71 Demon, dials 10 flat. Paul Sabamura, right side, in the A990 65 Belvedere. Both drivers go red. Whoever goes red by the least amount usually is your winner with True Start, and that is Connor Tufty. Tufty runs it out and breaks it out by 1 thou. As we have a little issue there. And we picked it up. We got a slow roller, Paul Sabamura. Something went wrong after the, before the 8th mile even, looking at the numbers. Looks like he's going to coast off under his own power. And this is something they did not want to happen. Best of friends and stablemates and part of Garage Guys Racing, which definitely helped me assemble my dragster when the time was needed. Dave Adams, Scott Kelly squaring off. Not a good job of pulling into the lanes, guys. Adams dialed 1105 left side. Kelly 1122 right side. And Adams is in trouble. Kelly, with the better of the two reaction times, will turn this into a win, and he does, moving on to the next round. Willie Torkelly, the 93 Dakota Sport, left side, 1235. Mike Plackey, 1013, right side. Off they go. Plackey with a huge advantage has caught Torkelly and is off the gas. And turns it into a win. 49 green and 87 thou over, taking a 10th and a half at only 115 miles an hour as he regulates the finish line to keep from breaking out and moving on to the next round. Sydney. Round, I don't have a name on file, but we'll have it for you for next round. Going 80 green on the 998 dial, goes 44 thou over, and that is it for that round of pro. I have called street back. Round 2 street winners will take you back. After street, I'm going to call pro back again. So pro cars that just won, we need you to go through your cool down. So I think that was second round of pro. We have round 2 winners coming back for street, so that'll be round 3 coming up for them. We're going to run round 3 of pro, and then we'll mix super pro back in after that. So super pro, you should be finishing up that hamburger. You might want to take a little bit of a nap, 15-minute nap. You got plenty of time for that before you come back for your next round, well rested and ready to race.
room. And I use this answer setup with the change lock. Oh. To load it. It took me over 10 years to finish that project.
I don't doubt that. So we're loading up lanes now with street. Yeah, we just ran pro. We're back to street, round 3, so round 2 winners. And then we're going to go back to pro, and then we're going to go to super pro. No, we'll go back to street, then super pro. So we'll keep this rotation going as best we can as we get down in cars. We're working our way to crown 3 $1,000 to win champions today here at Rock Falls Raceway. This is the Mopar Showdown. And I'm telling you what, this is I was at the first Mopar Max down in Cedar Falls. That was a neat deal, but I can say this is significantly bigger than what that first event became. And I saw something on Facebook earlier today. Someone was saying, hey, why don't you guys give a shout out to Mopar Max? Well, consider it shouted. But we are more than pleased with Dan Grawl and his work he's put out and the effort he has made to make the inaugural Mopar Showdown worthy, certainly, of something again next year. Just fantastic, the turnout. Everybody has come out, spend their time with us, and enjoy the day, enjoy the weekend, again, and enjoy Mopar brotherhood and sisterhood at its finest at one of the best facilities in the upper Midwest here as far as drag strips are concerned, and that is Rock Falls Raceway.
He's squaring off right now. Joey Heimer's in control in that left side. Much better reaction time in his Challenger, and he'll turn that into a win running, wow, 4/10, almost 4/10 over the dial. Still gets there by 2 seconds. Something goes away for Jimmy. Didn't have a great 60-foot, and then the rest of the run obviously magnified and got slower as he went down the track. So Joey Heimer moving on. Next pair, Zane Corman, 12:19. Left side, Brandon Hoey, 10:67, right side. Off they go. Hoey is in control. He'll take the win. 65 green, 22 thou over, locked out. Go 109. Had no chance to win. Jamie Kading, left side, 1335 in that 71 Duster. Right side, Dan Smith, 70 Challenger, dials 1188. Off they go. Jamie Kading has almost a 1/10 of a second in his back pocket in reaction time advantage. Gets on the brakes and does not get on the brakes enough. Takes a super Walmart at the finish line, breaks it out 9 thou. Dan Smith granted a gift into round 4 of Street. Jamie Kading going to be disappointed. Hide the sharp objects when Jamie gets back to the trailer. Cameron now, 1207 left side in that GTX. Christopher Schwartz, 1264 right side. Big block power versus small block power. Very beautiful shiny car against a not so shiny car. I know Chris can take it. He's in the lead. He's got a chance to win, and the same thing happens. He takes a country mile at the finish line, breaks it out 10 thou. And on the double breakout, breaks it out 4 thou more than Cameron. Oh, boy. This is tough stuff going on now. Next pair coming out, Bradley Noe, 1154 in the 60, I'm going to say 8 Roadrunner. Left side, Austin Juneman, 1150 in the D100. Boy, that thing really goes as he engages the clutch in first gear. It rocks. But he's behind in reaction time. We'll see how this turns out. Another double breakout, give the win to Noe. Breaks it out 9 thou as Juneman breaks it out 89 thou. Difference in breakout, 80 thou going Bradley Noe's way from that left lane. Brandon Check now, 1271. Left side, Chad Bednar, 1190. Right side, 67 Belvedere in the right, 74 Dart Sport in the left. They're away with green light starts. I like Brandon Check's advantage. He should turn it into a win, but anything can happen in drag racing, and anything does happen round after round. Brandon Check takes the biggest margin of victory so far, almost a half a second. That's probably 2 car lengths or better, and breaks it out, giving the win to Chad Bednar. Bednar missed it on the tree, missed it on the dial-in, but is on his way to round 4. Becky Resch, 14 flat, left side in the 68 Plymouth. Jim Perrin, 1145 right side in the 66 Dodge Charger. Give the win to Becky Resch. Green is good as Perrin goes red. Becky runs it on down there, goes 14 hundredths over the dial. Almost a 1/10 and a half, taking the win. Hector, I'm still saying Ramon. He's dialed 975. Richard Shaleen, 1084, right side. Shalene goes red, ending his day in that entry. Ramon moves on. Missed it on the tree, missed it on the dial. But again, red light, the determining factor. Shalene goes 50 red, ending his day in that entry. I will take Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. I'll take you back to the lanes, Super Pro. I'll take you back to the lanes. Super Pro round 2, come right on. And with that also, anybody wishing that has been racing, that has been knocked out of competition, if you want to make some time trials, I will take you up in 5 and 6. So Super Pro winners from round 1, round 2 Super Pro will take you to 1 and 2. And anyone who's been knocked out that is completely out of competition, all of competition, if you want to make some time runs, we'll take you up to 5, 6, and 7. And we will work you in as we work through eliminations. So there'll be a little sitting up in the lanes while you're waiting to run, but we will work you through so you can make some more time runs, even though you've been knocked out of competition. So you'll just be making basically time trials like you did yesterday or earlier this morning as we continue eliminations with the rest of our winners. Super Pro coming up, round 2 Super Pro coming up right now, lanes 1 and 2. And again, if you want to run time trials, if you've been knocked out, come on up in 5, 6, and 7, and you can beat on your automobile some more here at Rock Falls Raceway. This is Super Pro Round 2. Super Pro Round 2 coming at you. John Plackey, left side, 1109 the dial. That 97 Dakota. Right side, Larry Curtis, 974. And his 70 CUDA. Now we're racing, separated by only 2 thou at the hit. 12 to a 14. Give the win to Larry Curtis. 14, 17 thou over, 31 total. Plackey was 12 green, goes 41 thou over, ends up 22 thou behind. Larry Curtis moving on. Jim Lambrecht now. Left side, 66 Charger, 1118 the dial. Jeff Danielson, 9 flat the dial in his 68 Roadrunner. Off they go. 002 for Jeff Danielson. Don't break it out, Jeff. He goes 11 thou over, 13 total. Locked out Lambrecht. Lambrecht let go 37, had no chance of winning that one at all. Breaks it out. 26 thou, taking 2 thou. Again, had no chance of winning. Jeff Danielson moving on. A couple of manually shifted cars moving on out of this right side to start this round. Steve Glubke, 10 flat, left side. Matt Martin, 969, right side. And off they go. 10 thou separate him at the hit. Advantage going to the dart. Right side. Looks like he might be out in front. No, he was out in front. Breaks it out. Goes 41 thou under. Taking 58 thou. Had to take 17 thou or less to make that work. Globkey moving on. 86 green. Dead on with a 7. Dead on. That 10 flat dial. Gets the win. Doug Martinke, 1037 left side. Luke Arnst, right side, 1081 in that 69 Dart. 71 Duster in the left lane. Off they go. Martinke in control, and he knows it because he's out front already. He'll regulate and take the win. 29 green, goes 79 thou over. Gets a little frisky on that finish line, takes 1 thou as Arntz was 127 green, goes down there and breaks it out. 18 thou. 28 thou for the loss. Jordan Ports now. Left side. That Mopar powered rear engine dragster. Dialed up 797. I got the tech card here. It says 500 cubic inch. That's pretty stout for 500 cubes, I'll tell you that. I needed a lot more to go that fast with my dragster. Right side, Jeg Schottenbauer, 1080 the dial in the 73 Duster. That's not Jeg. That's a different Schottenbauer. Unless somebody switched cars, which I didn't know that was legal. We'll have to run that one by the rule maker. I see there is a number change, so something funny's going on there. We'll look into it with the competition committee later on after this run. But I'm pretty sure Jeg Schottenbauer should be in a 71 Charger RT. Anyways, both drivers are in. The tree comes down. Off they go. Jordan Port's in control. Has 33 thou advantage at the starting line. Turns that into a win. Goes 8:05 on the 797 as Schottenbauer was late and way over the dial for the loss. Mike Plackey now taking the bye in this run of Super Pro. Turns it loose, goes 99 green. Let's see what he does with that 10-13. He'll go 10-09, breaks it out 4 hundredths. Pro winners will take you back. Pro winners will take you back to 1 and 2. Pro winners come right on to lanes 1 and 2, please. Right now we have some time trials coming at you. These are drivers that were unfortunate and have lost during competition today. But we told them when the day started that if they lost and hung around with us long enough, we'd let them make some more time trials. With their hot rods here at the Mopar Showdown.
All right, so we're looking for pro winners. Pro winners back to the lanes. Round 3, I think. Pro winners. I think we should have more than 7 of you. I'll have a number for you shortly. So we have about half our pro winners back. Once again, I'll make the call out if there's anybody that wants to make a time run, anybody wants to make a time only run, you can come up in 5, 6, and 7. You can come up and make that time run again. So we're at 7, we're up to 9, we're looking for, I think, 13. Looking for 13 to come back this round of pro. We're at 9. So we need 4 more of you. So I'm going to put a final call out for pro round 3, I believe. I thought we were supposed to have 13 back. We have 12. Maybe I counted wrong. So if you won round 2 of pro, you should be in the lanes and ready to run. We're going to run some time trials out, and then we're coming back to pro regardless of what's going on. After that, we're going to go to street round whatever. We're still waiting on one car for pro. I don't want to run without you, but I guarantee it's going to happen if you don't show up. I'm going to see if I can peel out which car that is. So final call, winners of second round of pro. You should be in the lanes. If you're not sure if you won or not, we're missing one car. And look at your time slip. Maybe you read it wrong the first time you went through. But it looks like we're missing one car. Don't want to run without you, but we're going to run as soon as we run these time trials out. So final call, pro winners for round 3. That is round 2 winners to get into round 3. So here we go. We're going to be coming out with pro round 3 directly. We don't want you to miss that round and your chance at $1,000. 1G, one stack. As we got things straightened out here in race control, what's on the track now for those of you watching, these are time trials that were promised to our racers who got eliminated earlier in the day in our racing program. Coming out behind them here in just a minute or two is going to be pro round 3. And on deck for the next round of eliminations. On deck for the next round of eliminations. The next racers on deck for eliminations will be street winners. I'm going to be calling you up here in just a couple of minutes. Just a couple of minutes. I'll be calling up street for the next round. So be alert, street winners that are still in competition.
Okay. I want to announce the Fast Freddy's Cruise and Barbecue. Now, you can see the registration tent by the show field for details about the whole thing and a map of the route. But we're going to be lining up here at the close of drag racing in the lane here nearest the drag strip, right on the edge of the midway. We're going to line up facing the big end of the track, and from there we're going to be cruising in. Or if you want to just make it out on your own, like I said, hit the show field at the registration tent and check out the details and get the map.
Okay, street winners, I will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Street winners, I will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Street winners, I'll take you to lanes 1 and 2. Come right on, street winners. Those of you left in competition, street winners, come right on. Matt Molesky taking the win left side in that Dart GT 24 green and 27th thou over. Gets it done as Jacob Euler finally runs out of luck. He was a little bit late on the tree, broke it out 12th thou, still ended up 63 thou behind, which is about half a car. Matthew Molesky moving on. Next pair coming up, Russ Kramer, left side, 10:52 in the 64 Plymouth. Chris Schwartz marching his way through eliminations. Dials 12:62. Right side, and I always watch to see if anything falls off of Chris's car during the run. Oh, he's clean this time. But you can see the vinyl top start to curl once he gets up to speed. Only 9 thou separate him. Chris is in control. He'll take the win on another double breakout. He breaks it out by 86 thou less than Kramer. Kramer was over a tenth under the dial, took 77 thou, was way out in front, and Chris gets rewarded for finishing second in a double breakout race. John Plackey now marching his way through. He might be alive in both classes he's in. He's dialed 11-12 in that Dakota pickup left side, coming up against a tough opponent. Scott Kelly dialed 11-22 in shock therapy. That's his Kelly Brothers Racing 68 Roadrunner. Again, small block power, 360 in this one right now. Currently revamping the 340, getting ready to put that in for next year. Scott Kelly means business. 007, long as he doesn't break it out as he drives over towards John to get a look, he'll take the win, and he does take the win as Plackey falls off the pace after going 45 green, runs 2 tenths over. Kelly takes almost 2 tenths for the win, moving on to the next round of pro. Connor Tufty now in that 71 Demon, left side 10 flat the dial. Clint Miller real close in dial, 10:06 over here right side. In the pop-up sunroof, 74 Plymouth Duster. The custom rear wing on the back. Does a pop-a-wheelie and off he goes. He's 13 thou behind at the hit, but they are door handle to door handle on the way down the track. Give the win to Connor Tufty, 47 green, dead on with a 4, dead on. 51 total locked out Miller. Miller 60 green. Also dead on, ends up 18 thou behind. Again, one of those races where you should have raced somebody else. Doug Mertinke, 10:37 left side. Brian Schottenbauer, right side, dials up 10:80. Off they go. Only 5 thou separate him at the hit. Schottenbauer has that advantage. Goes down there and breaks it out. 11 thou, taking 56 thou. Had to take 45 thou or less. That's doable, but it's easier said than done, as I always like to state. So Mertinke will move on as he was 39 green and 400 over the dial. due to the breakout of Schottenbauer. Mike Plackey now, 10-10 the dial, left side. Don Giesecke, 11 flat the dial, right side. 64 Plymouth Fury in the left, 70 Cuda in the right. Reaction time advantage going to Plackey. Plackey kind of knows what to do with that when he has a lead. Turns it into a win, going 29 thou over, taking 34 thou, locking out Giesecke. Giesecke a little more tardy on the tree than was Plackey. Goes 24 thou over in the loss. That completes that round. Oh, there's a general lead. Decides to do a burnout show. That completes that round of pro. Right now we're loading up the lanes with street, and we're going into our test and tuners again. We have a bunch of those coming at you just to keep some action on the racetrack as we get down in eliminations. So with street in the lanes, and we just ran pro, that means Super Pro, I think you're on deck. As I try to keep things straight, I should write this down, but I haven't. I knew something got kind of goofed up there. Here it is. This is the last car for Pro ET, or Pro. Jim Lambrecht taking the bye this round. And he's dialed in 11:15. Somehow he got wrapped up or passed in the staging lanes. Missed. We apologize, Jim. But you are moving on to the next round of Pro. And this is your bye run that you earned. '29 green. On the 11:15, he goes. Very slow. Let out and coasted across the finish line. Lifted right at the 1,000-foot mark, no doubt. I want to make the reminder to anybody that's left in competition, you are not eligible for time runs. Vice versa, you are only eligible for time runs if you are eliminated from competition. So if you are in competition, you can't be taking time runs. Otherwise, you risk disqualification. So our street class is getting ready to come out and run round 4. With that, I will take Super Pro. Super Pro, I will take you to the lanes 1 and 2 for your next round of competition here at the Mopar Showdown today. Eight cars remain, no more buys. Cameron is in that left lane, dial 1206 in that 69 GTX. Dan Smith over here right side, 1188 in that gorgeous 70 Challenger RT. Off they go, green lights a pair. 37th thou the advantage going to Dan Smith in that Challenger. That should be enough to get the job done, except for the fact he went down there and broke it out by 12 thou, taking 83 thou. Had to take 71 thou or less, or rip the gas one time, or touch the brakes too early, or hit a big bug, anything but what happened. Cameron moving on in the 69 GTX. Bradley Noe in that 68 Roadrunner, left side, dials up 1150. Chad Bednar, 1190 in the right side. Chad Bednar got the break of the race last round. And he's going to have to work hard this round to make it happen. Noe had the better reaction time. He's out front. He's going to get there. Bednar receives another huge break. Late on the tree, way off on the dial. Bradley Noe, 103 green, runs on down there, breaks it out over a tenth, taking over 6/10. Wow. Some of these numbers are very large, but I understand. I mean, a lot of these guys aren't experienced bracket racers. This is the kinds of things that happen. But Chad Bednar moving on again after a round that usually wouldn't get you to the next round. Becky Resch coming up now, 14:05, left side in that 68 Plymouth. Brandon Hoey, right side, 1067 the dial in the 15 Challenger Hellcat. And Becky Resch goes red, hands the win over to Brandon. Brandon, 38 green. Let's see what he can do on the 1067 dial. He breaks it out, 51 thou. Last pair coming at you. This is the final pair. We're down to 4 cars after this. Joey Heimer in that 19 Challenger NASCAR conglomeration of a hot rod, taking on Hector Ramon in the Jeep Cherokee Super Track Hawk Special, dial 965. Heimer's out front, has a big lead, knows what to do with it, goes 21 thou over, taking 3/4 of a second for the win. Heimer moving on, and we're down to 4 cars in street.
Super Pro, we have 3 back. Let me see how many are supposed to come back. Looks like we should have 6 cars coming back for Super Pro. We have 3. We're looking for 3 more. Dropped a pink sweater. That golf cart that just is going through the staging lanes, you just dropped a pink sweater. And 10 miles an hour is a speed limit. If you'd have slowed down, you'd have caught that. But we'll get that back to you one way or the other. You'll know you're missing it. It's up here in the staging lanes. Super Pro winners, we need you back. Super Pro winners, we need you back. Tests and tuners, you can keep coming up in 5, 6, and 7. Test and tuners, you can keep coming up in 5, 6, and 7. We'll send you down. Here comes Jordan. We're looking for 2 more. To leave the facility that are done racing for the day, and they've had enough Mopar Showdown for the weekend. We certainly thank you for being here with us this weekend. We hope you had a good time, and of course, we look forward to the next time you come back to Rock Falls Raceway, and we hope that is real, real soon. Grudge match going on here, but unfortunately I don't know who they are because in this section we don't have names. But I'll let you know it's a grudge match, and you can figure it out from there. Well, the grudge match ended quickly as the car in the left lane went red. But when you look at final ET, 11:21 with an 8 to an 11:22 with a 3, only 5 thou difference in elapsed time. So I don't know how they're going to determine that one, but there'll be something worth talking about around the campfire tonight, that's for sure. Looks like the line's getting a little short down there at the Quarter Mile Cafe as we have all of our Super Pro contestants back for the next round. For those of you, you'll want to try extra hard just in case you have the best reaction time of this round as we are set up for a bye. 6 goes to 3. Someone will get a bye to the final after this round. Okay. So racers, participants, car show enthusiasts, people who want to go and get some barbecue, at 6 p.m., Fast Freddy's Cruise and Barbecue is going to fire off and drive themselves to a barbecue joint, it sounds like. And if you want to get a map for that, you can see registration tent for the show by the show field there, the tent closest to the show field. And they'll give you details and a map of the route. And they're going to be leaving here at 6 p.m., I believe. So that is in little under 2 hours. 4:15 right now. They're leaving at 6 p.m. So if you want to go on a cruise with a bunch of other cool Mopars, you can do that and enjoy some more camaraderie and some different barbecue food than what's available here. Coming up at 6 o'clock. So get your map for that and join in on that fun. So here we go, quarterfinal action, Super Pro coming at you. I will take Pro winners back. I'll take you to 1 and 2. Pro quarterfinals, I think, are coming back. Pro quarterfinals will take you back to lanes 1 and 2. Stephen Glubke, left side, 10 flat the dial. Larry Curtis, 974, right side.
Off they go. 50 thou between them. Advantage goes to Glubke, left side. And on the double breakout, he turns it into a win. Breaks it out by only 7 thou as Curtis runs down there. Gets behind 37 thou, follows him through, and breaks it out by 19 thou. Glubke moving on in the double breakout. Mike Plackey now. 10-10 the dial, left side. Going to get chased by Jordan Ports. Jordan dialed 797, giving over a 2 second head start to Mike Plackey in that 64 Fury. Both drivers are in. Down goes the tree. There goes Mike. There goes Jordan. Uh-oh. Jordan got something wrong in the delay box. Mike way out front. He's on the brakes, and he'll take the win. 24 green and almost a tenth over. Takes 2.5 seconds or over 2 seconds win stripe. As something went wrong with the delay entries in Jordan's dragster. Jordan, unfortunately, runs down there and goes dead on with a 3. So, big matchup going on right here, right now. Jeff Danielson, 901, left side. Doug Martinke, 1038, right side. Off they go. 22 thou advantage going to Martinke. He cannot convert as he runs down there and breaks it out 400ths. Jeff Danielson moving on to the round of 3 in Super Pro. Goes 69 green, dead on with a 6, 901 with a 6 on that 901. That ends the round of Super Pro. We are continuing with time trials, and who do I have coming into the lanes? I think Pro. Pro, I believe we have 6 cars coming back. So these are our continued time trials for racers that were already in competition, but they got knocked out.
Not at this time, no.
I think we're waiting on one more pro car. I think we should have 6. I see 5 down there. So if you're in pro and you won last round, we need you back to the lanes. We're getting down to the point where I think I might be able to figure it out. So pro winners, we're looking for the last car to join in. We had 12 go down the track the last round. We should have 6 winners coming back. I see 5. So I don't know if there's somebody double entered. Is it Mertinke? I don't know. I know Doug just went down in Super Pro. I don't know if he was still alive in Pro. But we'll hang out for a little bit and we'll see who's missing. We'll try to make a call for it. Otherwise, if you show up, then we can run Pro. If not, we'll just keep running time trials until we find out what's going on. If you broke last round of Pro and you can't answer the call, you could send somebody up to staging and let us know. And then we can run because we know we have a broke car. That can't continue. Oh, here it comes. All right, 6 car coming back. So since we have everybody back in pro, I'm pretty sure it's safe to say you may as well saddle up and get ready to run. Because as soon as you're ready, we're going to send you out. That includes you, Christopher Schwartz. So pro cars, you can saddle up. You're coming out right now. Let's saddle them up, pro. And let's get this quarterfinal round run. So street semifinal, you're on deck. .02. This is a quarterfinal round of pro. Right side, Chris Schwartz, 1258 the dial in his 73 Dart Swinger. Left side, 69 Dart GT. Off they go. Give the win to Chris Schwartz. He missed it on the tree, but he missed it on the green side. Molesky, 4th thou red for the loss. Of course, runs it out and goes dead on with the 4. On paper, a perfect run, but it doesn't count as he went red. Schwartz moving on after going 10 thou under and being green. Jim Lambrecht now, 11:15. Left side, Connor Tufty, 10 flat, right side. Up they go, 20 thou between them. The advantage going to Tufty. But he runs on down. Oh, on the double breakout, give the win to Jim Lambrecht. Tufty takes 22 thou, breaking out 4 thou,
Had to take 20th thou or less to make that work. Lambrick moving on, breaking out 2 thou less than Tufty. Mike Plackey now, 10-11 the dial. Left side, Doug Martinke, 10-34. Right side. And it looks like Plackey is going to receive a competition bye. Off he goes, 10-11 the dial. Let's see what he can do. See the green W on his side of the scoreboard. He's going on to the next round, which is the quarter or semifinal round. He runs it on through and breaks it out, 23 thou, on his way again to the quarterfinals. We have one more bye car, I think, coming up as that competition bye kind of skewed things up. Street winners, I'll take you back. Street winners, I will take you back. Street semifinalists, please come back to the staging lanes 1 and 2. Scott Kelly going to take the bye run into the semifinal round. Interestingly enough, after the burnout, the car dies, refires. He needs to stage it under his own power to get to the next round. And it looks like he's going to make that happen. And he does. He's on his way to the next round, 21 green. On that 11-22, he will go 11-18 with the 6, 34 thou under. I want to remind everybody at 6 p.m. Is that when you guys are leaving? 5:45. Give or take. 5:45. We're going to line up. It is. You got some time. I know that. Yeah, it's about 4:45. So you got about an hour. But anyways, they're going to be Fast Freddy's Cruise and Barbecue, and you can pick up at the registration tent for the show field. By the show field, you can get details and a map of the route you're going to take, and you're driving to a barbecue joint, I imagine.
No, Fast Freddy's Rod Shop for a barbecue.
You are driving to Fast Freddy's Rod Shop for a barbecue, even better, because that means the food is free.
Yes, it is food free and it's a shop tour.
And a shop tour of Fast Freddy's, and it's not a long drive to get there from here either. So that is a wonderful, wonderful deal. And they're going to be lining up on the return road facing east, I'll put it that way. And you'll be lining up at 5:45, and you'll be leaving at 6 p.m. and you'll probably arrive at Fast Freddy's about 6:15. So be hungry, and you have some great food. And like I say, get a shop tour of Fast Freddy's. On property, there's a couple of hot rods that they have put together on display. That should be a wonderful, wonderful deal. So Street, we have you coming back. We got 2 out of the 3.
Yep. So where that cornet is?
That puts who? Let me see who's up next after Street. Super Pro, you are coming out after Street.
I think I'm gonna have Freddie with that lackluster. Yeah.
I'll take Super Pro. I'll take Super Pro semifinalist. To the lanes, please. Coming out now, it is street semifinals. 3 cars remain. There'll be 1 competitive pair and a bye, and that will set up the final. Cameron is in left lane, dial 1206. Brandon Hoey, right side, dial 1061. Off they go. 500th advantage going to Hoey, right side. He's going to get there. He's going to catch him. If he doesn't break out, he should win. I see brake lights. Oh, not enough brake light. Another double breakout. Difference in breakout. 8th thou going to Cameron in the GTX. He will be your winner. Joey Heimer taking the odd lot by, going into the next round. We had breakage or something between there. He turns it loose, goes 9th thou red. He's going to be squaring off with Cameron for the final of street. Runs it on through, breaks it out 28th thou on his way to the final. We'll line up all of our finalists at the same time. We'll run all 3 finals in a row. Right now we're looking for Super Pro. Looking for Super Pro to come back. And, of course, shortly after Super Pro, I will be calling Pro. So pro winners. I'll take you back when you can muster up the strength to get your cars back to the lanes. Super Pro is in the lanes.
Pro buy. There's not even a buy for pro.
There shouldn't be. There should be 4 cars left. That's what I was told last round.
Yeah, there's four cars.
But still a semifinal. So Pro will take you back. Pro, come right on. We'll take you back as long as you're ready. I'm not trying to overextend you, but we're trying to line up all of our finalists to run at the same time. We have a street final on tap. We're going to have a Super Pro final on tap fairly soon, I would think. And I'm making the call for Pro cars to come on up in 1 or 1 and 2 or whatever you feel like. No, 1 or 1 and 2. Or 2. That's it.
car in Super Pro. That is Jeff Danielson, dialed in 901, turns it loose, goes 32 green. The 901, he will go 902 with a 3. He is set up for the final. $1,000 to win, $500 to runner-up, and this is the competitive pair of Super Pro. Steve Glubke dials 10 flat. Mike Plackey dialed 1009, almost the same dial-in, 900ths apart, a little less than a tenth. Let's see how this turns out. Both drivers been doing very well, obviously, to get to the semifinals. One of them going to race against Jeff Danielson in the final. Glubke in the left, Plackey in the right. Off they go, 87 to a 23. 54th thou advantage going to Plackey. Breaks it out. Takes 78 thou. Breaks it out 13 thou. Had to take 65 thou or less. Steve Glubke, to his credit, after going 87 green, goes dead on with a 1. Dead on with a 1, and he will be facing off against Jeff Danielson in the final. And I believe lane choice will go to Jeff Danielson in that final. So we're looking for our pro cars to come back. We got 3 of 4 back. So we're waiting on, I think, Mike Plackey. He just went down at Super Pro, so it's going to be a while before he spins that thing around. He just lost, as a matter of fact, so he's no longer double entered, but he was double entered down to the semis in both. Fantastic day of racing for Mike Plackey. We'll wait for him to cool down, come back around, and complete the semifinals for pro, and then we will run pro off. Once we establish that final, we'll wait an appropriate amount of time, and then we will bring all of our finalists up at the same time. We'll run them back to back to back. We'll have you come down the return road for pictures and trophy presentations. To the winner's circle for pictures and trophy presentations and whatnot. So, and then we'll take pictures of all that. Will make you worldwide famous, because that will be posted on the interweb, our winners and runners up for the day. So we have 2 finals established. We have yet to do one. Plackey's back. We'll let Mike, you take your time. When you're ready to go, we'll send you. I know you just went down the track, so I know you probably want a little bit more cool down time, and we are going to give you that amount of time. Thank you for coming back and getting in the lanes.
just to share my thoughts with everybody, I tell you what, it is a beautiful sight to see semifinal after semifinal come up, and every car is a Mopar. And I know it's been that way all weekend long, but by golly, it is a sight to be in the late rounds of a race and see nothing but Mopars in competition. And I know we're going to have 3 finals with all Mopars, and we're going to have all Mopar winners, all Mopar runners-up. It is something that should be relished, that we can get a group of people together and compete at this level and enjoy each other's company, all the fun that's going on, all the work that's gone into this. Congratulations to everybody who has made an appearance here, and that includes our spectators helping us out, showing up, pitching in, and enjoying what is the Mopar Showdown, the inaugural Mopar Showdown. I keep forgetting that. And we can pretty much bet that there's going to be a second annual Mopar Showdown next year here at Rock Falls Raceway. And even though it may not have been the biggest event of the season here at Rock Falls Raceway, it was either a close second or it was the biggest. Next year, I'm pretty sure it's going to blow everything off the map. So, again, congratulations to all of you for making this such a wonderful event and showing up and showing out. And I know it's not over yet for the inaugural, but by golly, the second annual is going to be something to knock your socks off. Thank you all for being here and sharing your time with us. I know a lot of you are heading out and heading home after being done in competition. We thank you for being here. And I keep saying it, but I mean it with all my heart. We look forward to the next time you come back to Rock Falls Raceway. And again, we hope that is real soon. And it's been pointed out to me that can be as soon enough as next weekend for our muscle car shootout. 3-day event. We'll have a test day on Friday. Muscle car shootout happens Saturday and Sunday. Very similar setup to what you're participating in today, except there's no cash payouts, but there is trophies. And if the weather's good, come on out and join us. And get the last licks in you can on your hot rod before you got to put it away for the winter. The long, cold winter. I heard they run out of apparel for the Mopar Showdown, but we have not run out of apparel in the registration building. You can pick up Rock Falls Raceway apparel. We have quarter zips, T-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, all kinds of things. Stop in and pick something up on your way out. One less Christmas gift you'll have to buy come December if you stop by the registration area and pick up something from Rock Falls Raceway here while you're here this weekend. I'm guessing we're just about ready for this semifinal round of Pro. Chris Schwartz, Jim Lambrecht, Scott Kelly, Mike Plackey, all about ready to compete. Into the box of water they go. First pair coming out for Pro. Gonna be Jim Lambrecht, left side, dialed up 1114. Right side gonna be Chris Schwartz, 1256 the dial. In his trusty 73 Dart Swinger, again, Uncle Jim in his 66. Dodge Charger, 440 cubic inches of power against 340 cubic inches of power in the right lane. Pair of green lights, off they go. Jim Lambrecht wasn't ready, or something got in his eye. Chris Schwartz has a 1/10 of a second advantage, turns it into a win. He's going to the final running 13 thou over. As Lambrecht breaks it out 9 thou after being very tardy. Next pair, Mike Plackey, been having quite a day, just lost in the semifinals of Super Pro, is in the semifinals of Pro, dials up a 10:07. Left side, Scott Kelly, 11:19 the dial, right side. Shock Therapy, Kelly Brothers Racing, coming your way out of the right lane. Northeast Tree and Timber also helping out with the sponsorship on that 68 Roadrunner. Another pair of green lights. Much, much closer this time. 63 to a 69. Give the 63 to Scott Kelly. If he doesn't break out, he'll take the win. He breaks it out by 24 thou. Breaks it out 24 thou. Hands the win back over to Plackey. Plackey going to the final against Chris Schwartz. As soon as you guys can get ready, you can come up to the lanes. I'm going to wait 5 minutes before I call the rest of our finalists to the lanes. At this time, I'm going to make the call for street finalists and Super Pro finalists. Work your way up into staging. Once you come on up in lanes 1 and 2, figure out what lanes you want to run. I will put out a soft call for our pro finalists, but I know you guys, it's been 6 minutes since you came off the track. We'd like to wait 10. If you're ready, you can come up. If you're not ready, stay back. But we're going to run all of you at the same time. So I'll take street finalists up first. Super Pro finalist up next. And if you're ready, come on up. Like I say, we'll run all these finalists back to back. And you will not go back to the pits afterwards. There'll be technical inspection. No, there is not. But we're just going to have you come down the return road in front of the concession stand and registration. We'll line you up and we'll get pictures taken in the winner's circle of your inaugural win and runner-up finish at the Mopar Showdown 2025. This event will be talked about for years and years. So don't blink because you're going to miss it, but that was the EV Charger latest output from SRT. I don't know if they're involved or not. 1158, 119, 750 in the 8th mile at 96 miles an hour, 189 60 foot. I think it's all-wheel drive. I know it's partially electric. Anyways, that was that. That was spectacular. Sorry I missed it, but y'all got to see it, those of you who were watching. One of the first, maybe only EV passes you'll see here at Rock Falls Raceway. We have our street competitors, street finals in the lane. Looks like our Super Pro final is coming in, so we will await our Pro finalists to come in, and we'll run all of those finals at the same time. For added suspense, for our remaining spectators and well-wishers for our finalists. Each one of these finalists is going to win $1,000. Each runner-up is going to win $500, give or take. So pro finalists will take you to the lanes. It has been 10 minutes since you last went down the track. So you can come on up. You're not going to run right away. I know there's going to be a little hemming and hawing and lane choice choosing. So why don't you roll on up, join the fun, park in the shade, and get ready for your final round. I'll take pro finalists to the lanes. And I'll remind those finalists in the lanes already, once you win, don't go back to your pit. Come right down the return road. Don't turn left into the pits. Come straight down the return road. And we will take pictures and have trophy presentations and make you famous. Put you on Facebook as the inaugural winners at the inaugural Mopar Showdown in street class, Super Pro class, and then finally Pro class. Here comes Chris Schwartz, waiting on Mike Plackey to come on up. And we'll get this show on the road and wind up today's festivities here at Rock Falls Raceway. Jackie going to join for that final with Chris Schwartz. Gentlemen, the racetrack is yours. Staging lanes are yours. I'll let you figure out who's doing what. And we will get to our final rounds of the day. Congratulations goes out to all of you for getting to the final, again, in the inaugural Mopar Showdown. I don't know if you know how important that is. Trophy presentations coming up. So when you win or runner-up, get your car, come back down the staging lanes all the way to the winner's circle. Don't turn into the pits. And we're going to do, I might even do interviews with y'all. I don't do those very often. But I'll let you brag about your day here at Rock Falls Raceway and the fact that you're a winner or a runner-up in the inaugural Mopar Showdown. So what do you think of that? So with our finalists in the lanes, we're shutting down the staging lanes for any more shenanigans and time trials. So consider the staging lanes shut down. This is it. We have 3 more passes to make after the remaining testers are going to go down the track here, and that's that. So staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed. Keep that in mind. So, as we hate to see this happen, I will let our finalists know you can kind of kick back and take a break as one of our testers broke something, and now we're going to have to figure out a way to get the car off the track somehow. So, it's going to take some time. So, relax, kick back. Remember, like I say, whether you win or lose, you're coming back down the return road in front of the concession stand on your way to the winner's circle, and we'll do winner and runner-up trophy presentations and interviews if you so choose to be interviewed by yours truly here, the Mopar Showdown. Probably the only pro Mopar announcer nationwide. Are off the track without having to load them up on the rollback. That's good news. That accelerates the process. I think we have one more test and tuner to go, or I should just say tester, not test and tune. No, we got a pair and a single. We'll get them out of the way. We're going to run some final rounds, and then we're going to cap off the drag strip portion of today's Mopar Showdown. So just to put a punctuation on it, these are the last 3 passes of the day on the drag strip. Staging lanes are closed. We have 3 finals to run, and then we have winners' circle celebrations and trophy award presentations to do. Street final coming out right now. From starter mark means we're ready to go. Cameron left side in the GTX, dialed up 12 flat. Going to get chased by Joey Heimer in that 19 Challenger. NASCAR kit car. We don't care. It's a Mopar, and it's racing at the Mopar Showdown. And it's the final round. Dials up 1025. Both drivers are in. Off goes Cameron. Off goes Joey. Pair of green lights. Joey Heimer in control, right side, had the much better reaction time and turns it into a win. 10:30 with a 1 on the 10:25 dial. Gets there by 64 thou. Had the much better reaction time. Uses that for the win. They'll be coming back, and we'll have some trophy presentations and winner circle stuff. Up next is our Super Pro final. Congratulations goes out to Cameron. Congratulations to Joey on your final round runner-up and win today here at the Mopar Showdown. Jeff Danielson now left side dials up a 901. Stephen Glubke 10 flat in the right lane. Again, this is a Super Pro final coming at you. Neither driver using a delay box. Off they go, green lights a pair. Nothing fantastic, but advantage goes to Glubke by 36 thou. He turns that into a win, running 22 over. Locks out Danielson. Danielson let go 150, and I don't know, had trouble. Runs considerably over the dial. Glubke, your winner, right side in that 64 Dodge. Again, both drivers coming back. Come on, right on down. There you go. Follow Joey Heimer for your winners circle presentations. This is it. This is our last final. This is the pro final coming at you. Mike Plackey, 10:07, left side. Going to be chasing down Chris Schwartz. Schwartz dialed 1256, right side. We have a 64 Plymouth Fury and a 73 Dodge Dart Swinger. Both drivers are in. Off goes Chris. Off goes Mike. Mike in much better shape reaction time-wise. He's going to get there as long as he doesn't break out. He does, or does not break out. He will win, and he goes dead on with a 7. Dead on with a 7 after going 66 green, taking 22 thou, had Schwartz locked out. Schwartz let go 114, breaks it out 19 thou, and is still 22 thou behind.
Congratulations to Mike for the win. Congratulations to Chris on the runner-up. And I will see all you winners and runners-up in the winner circle directly.
So we're down here in the winner's circle. We're waiting for Dan to show up with trophies. Something's happening. Somebody's got winner trophies. Somebody's got checks. Something. We're waiting. We're waiting. We'll do the interviews and we'll get it going. All right. So. I'll wait. Also, I know that they were getting ready to go down to Fast Freddy's for the barbecue. At least Dan and Steve are going to be late. I know they're riding together, but we'll figure this out. We can all go down together to the barbecue after we do our winner circle presentations. So we're about to kick those off here in just a couple of minutes. We'll roll through these fairly quickly. Unless somebody has got a lot to say, you know, I'm not cutting anybody off because getting to the winner circle for the inaugural Mopar Showdown is certainly memory worthy. Could be career building. What else? Yeah. You know, they're watching at Stellantis to see how this turned out for their next drivers they want to hire for whatever class. So here we go. We have our first winner. This is today's street winner. Inaugural Mopar Showdown, inaugural winner, all the good stuff that goes with it. Joey, I got some swag for you here. $250 Comp Cams gift certificate, $250 Edelbrock certificate, the first place trophy you in streetcar class, and right behind you we have from HHP, we have a $1,000 cash, well, $1,000 check, big check. You can hang that in the trailer, and then I think there'll be another one you can take to the bank. So congratulations goes out to you for that, Joey. I'm going to set this back down. Hard-fought day. Not a typical Mopar right here. No. I'd like you to talk a little bit about the car before you get into how you had to battle and wipe everybody and beat them all up on your way to the winner's circle. But, you know, super interesting car, obviously a roundy-round car, but you have made this work on the drag strip, and this ain't the only place you race. You race all around Brainerd and Grove Creek. And do you go down? You were down in Iowa. Were you down there? I saw.
Iowa, couple times, yep.
So you are not shy for drag racing on a car that is not necessarily set up well. It wasn't originally built for drag racing.
Yep.
So
Yeah, it's left-hander chassis, circle track car. But body comes from the Trans Am series of racing. TA2 is the class. They got Challengers, Mustangs, and Camaros, and put that on it. 6.1 Hemi, 4-speed manual, 9-inch rear end. Fix the geometry of the suspension so it doesn't go left, and take her to the drag strip.
that's tremendous. How long have you been racing this car?
This is probably my 3rd year.
And how long did it take you to kind of get it sorted out where you knew, this isn't just a project, this is something that's going to be successful?
Well, I took a year with the original Challenger 6-speed manual. Then I wanted to go faster, so I put this tranny in it, and been with that ever since, and it's worked out.
That's tremendous. You said it's 6.1. Is it fuel injected or you got a carburetor?
Fuel injected, Holly computer.
Tremendous, tremendous. A lot of work has gone into this. Let's talk a little bit about the day. It was a 7 rounds competition, at least 6. So you had to march your way through it. I'm sure you had some luck on your side. Obviously, a lot of skill on your side. You got it done in the final for sure. You had the advantage, and you converted on that. There was a lot of double breakouts towards the end of the day, and you avoided that pitfall.
Well, I got that one, the buy run, and I didn't get to use it the first time, but I won. And the last time I got a buy run, I lost, so I didn't get to keep it the next round. But that helped me a lot, and yeah, it was pretty clean, fun racing today.
That's tremendous. What do you think of your first inaugural Mopar Showdown?
It's amazing. I'm going to come every time they have it.
Of course you will. When you win the first one, you have to come back and defend. And no, we're all proud of you, and we're happy for your accomplishment.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's get some pictures. Today's runner-up in the street class, Cameron Bolio. Here is your runner-up trophy. I know there's some money that'll be distributed later. Congratulations goes out to you from everyone here at Rock Falls and everyone putting on the inaugural Mopar Showdown. Gorgeous car. Obviously, I've been making the reference all day long about this looking just like Bruce Call's car, who raced here for decades ago, just after they invented Mopar. Bruce was out here racing in his 69 GTX. Very similar looking car. Got to be happy to be racing. Anybody you want to thank or how the day went?
Yeah, it went good. I want to thank my dad, being my pit crew.
Yeah.
And otherwise, for a first time, not too bad.
That's right. This is the first time in the car, and made it all the way to the final, and you put down a lap. It just got in. Joey did a little bit better. So I mean, you didn't throw up on yourself. You didn't go red. You did the best you could at that point in time, and that's all you can do at any given drag race. Anything else that you recall from the day as you're going round after round and marching your way through the field?
A lot of double breakouts, a lot of luck.
Yeah, and it wasn't just you. I mean, there was a lot of double breakouts and some very unique, interesting things where somebody had a better light, and it's like, oh, well, it looks like they're going to win. And it turns out when you don't break out sometimes, it's better than being breaking out. So that part of it, like I say, you got to have some racing luck. I don't care whether it's your first day or your 100th race day. A little luck goes a long ways in these competitions. But anything else you want to say about the car or how things went today or what you think about the inaugural Mopar Showdown?
No, it was a good show. Lots of Mopars. Yeah. Good turnout. It was a lot of fun.
Terrific. All right, let's get some pictures. Dean, get in here, get some pictures with your boy, and we'll make you all famous, put you on the internet. Congratulations again, Cameron Bolio, today's runner-up in street. So while we're taking some pictures, we're missing one helmet. We need that turned into registration. Again, otherwise, if it doesn't get turned in, your driver's license might end up who knows where, but I know your credit card is going to be used for Amazon stuff for the track here. So get that helmet turned into registration as soon as you can, please. There he goes. Congratulations once again, Cameron Bolio, today's runner-up in street. Dean, great to see you. Tremendous, tremendous. I mean, it's bad enough he won. Now he's got a, horn. Huh? Yeah, I said it's bad enough he won. Now he's got to horn in and make noise while you're getting your interview done. Here is your presentation. Congratulations on your runner-up today, runner-up finish in Super Pro. I got to give you a hearty handshake. That's the hand right there doing the shifting. Yeah. I'm a manual transmission guy from way back when. Jeff and I talked briefly in tech about it. I didn't get a chance to stop over and see the car, but like I say, I've been following you on the build of this thing and how you've been progressing and the ETs going down and all the stuff. Really thrilled to see you go 894 today. Really thrilled to see the car go 149.00. Not that I remember this stuff. I usually don't. But certain cars I remember. And like I say, I'm a big manual transmission guy from way back. I got a couple of gift certificates here for you. $50 from Edelbrock, $150 from Comp Cams. They go your way. There's some other stuff involved, and I'll let that be dealt with because this is all I have for you. But Jeff, congratulations goes to you for that. Anything you want to talk about on how the day went, how flawless the car performed, how great Mopar is, how the Mopar Showdown treated you, anything like that? This is the time for you to brag about you and or thank anyone and that helped you get here.
Don has been by my side and helps everything, so my fiance. Yeah, so I couldn't do this without, and all these misfits and everything, so this is awesome. Thank you.
Jeff, it is a pleasure for me to meet you. Like I say, I've watched this thing. You've done so much work. The car is just flawless as far as I'm concerned, as far as looks go, performance-wise. 572? What's the size of this motor? 563. Yep. De-stroked it? No, I'm joking. No. 900 horse? 875? 870 horse. Yep. Tremendous. Just a tremendous piece. What a joy to watch. And thanks for coming down to Rock Falls and participating in this and allowing your favorite announcer to watch you run the car. Congratulations to you, Jeff. Let's get some pictures in here with Jeff and his accomplishment. What a great day. Steve Glubke, congratulations on your Super Pro win. Hearty handshake from yours truly. I have a winner's trophy here for you. Got a lot of swag coming your way here. I have a gift certificate from Edelbrock for $250.
Car parts are good.
I have a certificate from Comp Cams for $250. And we are working on getting your name written on a check. And you have to write your own name on the check. Or you can put your wife's name on there, however you want to do it at this point.
Or you can make it out to Rock Falls.
Just go ahead and print your name on there, Steve. Next year we're going to hire a calligrapher and do this. Perfect. He's doing a great job.
Can I draw a happy face? Keep the pen.
We'll give you that back. We'll put this right here for you.
And there it is. You got the big check to go with your victory here. The inaugural Mopar Showdown. You got the job done. You won the final round, and you got to be pleased as punch. Maybe some people you want to thank for helping you get here, and or talk about how the day went or what you think of the Mopar Showdown.
Well, the Showdown is absolutely phenomenal. For a first outing, we've got a great upper Midwest following for Chryslers, and most of my friends drive Chryslers. They all support each other. We fix each other's cars. It wouldn't have happened any other way. You can't do this without support from somebody, whether it's family, friends, even people you work with. But they all have to give an allowance for you to leave to go on weekends out of town and pursue discretionary spending. And most of the time you don't get your money back, but weekends like this are your 15 minutes of fame. And you don't forget it. I won't forget it. Everybody here has gotten me here.
Is there specifically a Mrs. Glubke or that you want to name?
My wife Sherry, who's
Perfect.
she's at home with the new puppy that couldn't make the trip with us today. But I have a good following of friends that put you up for the night and feed you all in the morning, and it makes it happen. A lot of little things make the race. The car and the working on the car is part of it, but the support behind all of that, getting here, the overnights, the food, everything, it doesn't happen by itself. Even someone helping you for an hour out of the day takes pressure off. It makes the whole day smooth, so I like it. Get the hook.
Absolutely, I understand that. No problem. Anything you want to say about the car? How long have you had it? What's in this thing for a power plant? I know it's a nostalgia superstock car, so a lot of history. And for us Mopar buffs, we love this old stuff too. I've never been interviewed before.
Well, it's a very rare car. They only made a few Slant 6 models, and I got one of them. It's been running well this weekend. Actually, it is a factory aluminum superstock lightweight car. Had it 44 years, bought it, went through marriages, raising kids, buying houses, keeping the car parked for years, and then you get a renewed interest in nostalgia and old vehicles, and people like what we used to do back in the 60s, and that's the best part of it. We need to have everybody continue to do this. We're all aging, the cars are aging, we need people to do this after we're done, and this car hopefully will continue with that somewhere. Somehow with someone, but yes, it's been good to me. It's been working well.
Is it a max wedge or 440?
It's a max wedge car. It's actually the first 4-speed max wedge car ever built. I've got a Hemi in it now because 40 years ago at the time it was easier to build a Hemi than a max wedge. Mm-hmm. So the original motor's at home sitting in the corner, and when I'm done racing we'll put that back in and have that kind of fun.
Terrific.
30 years, yeah. Everybody needs a goal. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, that's terrific. What an amazing piece of history. I'm glad I asked you that question about the car because I didn't know, one, it was that rare. Two, it's just that important in all of racing history. I am a history buff in racing. I love to hear stories firsthand from those who raced back in the day when tracks didn't exist like this. They weren't this good. It was a lot more of a fight once you got to the track to make the car repeat. Now it's not as difficult, but it's more expensive. So I guess that's just as difficult. Anyways, well, congratulations goes out to you one more time.
Thank you very much.
And let's get some pictures with Steve. And Congratulations on your win one more time in Super Pro here at the inaugural Mopar Showdown.
I don't know, Android of some sort.
I want to let everybody know we have a lost phone. Anybody lose their phone over by the staging lanes, it is an Android. That's all I can tell you. It's got some kind of, I can't even tell you. It's a Discover Innovation phone cover or phone guard on there. Android, what do we got for names?
No names. I don't know.
We can't break into it. We don't know the code. So if we could break in, we'd let you know who it is. But if anybody lost their phone, check your pockets. We got it up here in the winner circle. You can come up and claim it from us. Otherwise, if we're not here, it's going to be in registration tonight and then into tomorrow. So.
Cool. Yeah, Android.
Mike Plackey, congratulations on your Super Pro win. A hearty handshake from yours truly. Get to watch you make a lot of laps out here at Rock Falls. It's nice to see you cash in on the Mopar Showdown and uphold the Rock Falls aspect of this place. I got some swag here for you. I have a Super Pro trophy. Oh, that's heavy. Ooh, solid gold. Nothing but the best here at Rock Falls. And I have a Comp Cams gift certificate for $250. I have a Edelbrock gift certificate for $250. And of course, is this aluminum? No. Okay. I'm just going to tip this up. Of course, we have the $1,000 winner's big check, and we're proud to award that to you. Thank you to Mopar Showdown and all those involved for that and for the money. Again, congratulations goes out to you. You were double entered to the quarterfinals, semifinals in both. Obviously, somebody cheated against you in Super Pro. There's no other way you would have lost. I don't know. No, I don't know how it happened, but you're a good sport. You sealed the deal in Pro, which, boy, that's tough to lose and then come back and win because you had to win the semifinal in Pro before you got to the final. You win the final. You got the job done. Obviously, everything's happy now, but tremendous day. A lot of laps put on the car. Anybody you want to thank and or any story on the car we need to know about?
Yeah, I suppose I better thank my wife, Kathy, for allowing us to play. And, she couldn't come with us this weekend, but without her, it wouldn't happen. Like I say, great family and friends. Like Steve said, everybody's in. If you got a problem, there's not a one of them that wouldn't be under the car with you in a second. Yeah, and then, I got to thank Becky there, my daughter. She usually runs the car.
I was going to say, Becky is normally in this car, and it's in the computer that way, so I got a little flustered. And then she shows up in a 68 Roadrunner drive, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. But anyways, you kicked her out of the car, and you made the best of it. So.
Yep, we stuck her in the old car, and she did a few rounds, and we had some fun. Yeah, like I say, I got to thank Jocko. I bought the car in '99. I got it from Becky's father-in-law in '99, and we've been racing it ever since.
That's terrific. What cubic inch motor you got in this thing?
Okay, it's a 400 block stroker, 499 Indy heads on it. Been pretty good to us.
That's terrific. Gets the job done. Anybody else you want to thank for helping you get here? I know you thanked basically everybody for being here. I mean, these are the moments. I mean, Steve knows he's been through this once just a few minutes ago. This is the time to celebrate as a family, as a group, and as Mopar people. It's a little more special because it's much more rare because there's like 900,000 Chevys at any other race we go to. We didn't have any today, so we have all Mopar winners. And it's just nice to share that accomplishment with your friends and family.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Dan and Catherine for putting this on, and it was spectacular. The first year turnout, everybody for showing up. We had a great time, and I'm looking forward to number 2, Travis. Really looking forward to number 2.
All right, that pretty much sums it up. Let's get some pictures, everybody. So I'm guessing somebody on site just figured out they lost their phone, and they're calling up here. We can't answer the phone because we don't have all the security code stuff. So your phone's up here in the winner's circle. If you can get in here in the next couple of minutes, great. We'll give you your phone. You have to identify it. Otherwise, yeah, Mom was calling. So otherwise, if you don't get up here in the winner's circle to claim your phone, no, we'll have it in registration. But if you can come up here now, I'm sure you feel a lot more secure having your phone as the evening unfolds. Christopher or Chris?
Either or.
You know, I'll tell you this flat out. As an announcer, it's easier to say Christopher Schwartz than it is Chris Schwartz because I have to stop. I have a gap in my teeth, and I got to stop and say Chris Schwartz. I gotta get everything all lined up to go. Congratulations on your runner-up finish. We have a trophy, custom made here at Rock Falls Raceway for you. I have a gift certificate for Comp Camps for $150. Okay. And I have a gift certificate for Edelbrock for $150.
Does that mean I have to work on my car? Optional.
And a hearty handshake from yours truly. Chris, you've been racing out here for a long time, like myself also. The 73 dart swinger, obviously I had a swinger when I first started, but I had a dart sport and raced. I always had an affinity for the 340s. You have gotten the job done more than once in Street Eliminator. Have you got the job done? King of the Hill, you were season champion.
Yeah.
I make fun of you. You're not in the car when you hear the fun I make, but I mean a lot of times earlier in the year there's a piece that falls off the car when he leaves the starting line. I make fun of it. I make fun of the vinyl top flapping as he goes down the track, gets up to speed. But I admire you, Chris. I hope you realize it's just in jest. I'm very respectful, and I like the fact that I can kind of make fun of a Mopar, but people know I love Mopars tried and true. So, again, congratulations on the runner-up. It was tough road to hoe. You were in street and pro.
Yes.
And you got to the final in pro. Yeah, I know you made a couple rounds in street. And then once you lost, you re-established your focus, and here you are. Got to the final round, and you got some swag going your way. Got to be some people maybe you want to thank, and anything else that's on your mind. The world is your oyster right now.
Well, I just want to thank you for being a great announcer. I love listening to you. I mean, you're full of so much information. It's great. You make it fun, and that's what I'm about, too, is I'm doing this for fun. Definitely want to thank, the track for one, for being just world class, and everybody that put this show on was just awesome, and I can't wait to do it again. And yeah, that's everybody.
Okay. Anybody at home you want to thank?
Okay, I do have to thank my wife for putting up with all of it, taking care of the homestead, taking care of the cat.
Cat mama.
Cat mama, when I'm out doing this. And so, we each have our own hobbies that we support each other with, and that's the way it is. It's like we got our own things.
Terrific. And for those who don't know, I believe at home you do have is it Aspen?
Yes.
Aspen
wagon.
Wagon with the wood grain.
With the wood grain, yep.
So $17.99.
It runs $17.99. I got it into the 17s.
Yeah, he got it into the 17s. He wants everybody to know that. That is, what year is that?
It's 1976.
1976.
38,000 original miles.
With 318? 318 in that. So it's a piece of history, and the fact that you still have it and drive it every summer?
I've only had it since like 2019.
Okay.
But it was always kind of one of my, I don't know, perverted dream cars or whatever. Was
That's 6 years ago. I mean, it's not like you just got it. I mean, it's 2019. It sounds like, oh, they just got it. No, you've had it for a while.
But I went through high school with a station wagon too, so it's like it fit the bill. I needed it.
Tremendous. And again, we appreciate the accolades about the track. We thank C-Tech and Jim Greenheck for building us this facility that is, I call it a Taj Mahal. We forget, we come here every week and we see this track and we get used to seeing it, and then you go to a different track and they don't look like this one. I'll just leave it at that. And so we are blessed to have this facility as close to us where we can race often and enjoy what has been built for us as drag racers. So, and again, thanks goes out to Dan and all of his crew to put this deal together. And Catherine, Dan's wife. Thanks to Dan and Catherine. Wow, you have put up with some stuff over the last year to get this thing organized. And you got to be really happy with how things have turned out. I don't know what anyone anticipated other than myself. I did predict this last week as going to be the biggest event at Rock Falls Raceway. I'll take credit for that I predicted it. Not that I made anything happen, but by golly, we had the Fallout, which is usually our biggest event every year. And this event, I believe, is every bit as big. And to have those two back-to-back, we weren't quite expecting that, but we are looking forward to next year. There is no doubt. So thank you for what you have started. Now that it's a great big snowball, it won't stop. So we look forward to, I know everyone here looks forward to it. All the winners are always happy, but I mean, there's a lot of people out there that this Mopar event, I said it earlier today, I don't know if anybody caught it, but a lot of times at regular bracket races, when two Mopars race each other, I say, oh, it brings a tear to this announcer's eye to see two Mopars race when there's plenty of Chevys out there they could be racing. Today I made the announcement, I don't have a tear in my eye as the Mopars race each other because another Mopar advances no matter what. And it has been that way, and it's been special to me to be a part of this small part, very small part of this event. And it's just amazing to have Mopar show up. And again, the brotherhood and sisterhood that exists between all of us. It's just a fantastic deal. You've provided an outlet a lot of us have needed and are just joyful to experience with you guys. So thank you for that.
This was cool.
Chris, congratulations once again. I didn't mean to horn in on your celebration. I had to speak my piece because this is such a cool deal. So thank you to everyone. Let's get some pictures. Let's get some pictures with Chris. So one last item of business for the lost phone, if anybody is still listening to the live feed, if you have lost that phone or if you're here on the site, that phone is now in registration. It's on a charger because it was almost dying, so you can probably come here tomorrow and pick that up. Also, don't forget, tomorrow, 7:15, Racers for Christ is putting on a non-denominational chapel service under the tent next to the Quarter Mile Cafe. 7:15 tomorrow. If you need to hear the word, and don't we all, show up for that. Chris Santerre, our Racers for Christ chaplain, will be putting on a non-denominational chapel service again, 7:15. He'll have you down early enough. You can get whatever you need warmed up and before you head out or go home or hang out for the rest of the day.